If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Woo! Happy Tuesday. We're here. The phone lines are open. They're a little weird, but we're making them work because we are live from the Fastport Studios with me, your producer extraordinaire, Andre Thibodeau, but also your host, Jimmy Mack.
And also starring with a special appearance by a high-altitude daredevil from Belarus. Broke a Guinness World Record when she went sky surfing over Mount Everest. She jumped out of a helicopter at 20,945 feet.
Only?
Olga Nemova, who has been sky surfing for 15 years, jumped out of the helicopter over Sangbash, Nepal, to break the Guinness World Record for the highest altitude sky surf jump. Next week, Tom Cruise will break it.
Uh-huh.
I mean, why jump out of an airplane with the parachute on fire when Tom Cruise eventually is going to find a way to break it?
Yeah, and his surfboard's going to be on fire.
Yeah. By the way, her surfboard was not on fire. She exited the helicopter at 20,945 feet and kept control of her board, which, by the way, is called the Silver Surfer.
Oh, yes.
Until deploying her parachute and safely landing at 12,356 feet.
Yeah.
Since I discovered sky surfing, it was my dream to perform a very unique skydive and to inspire girls all around the world not to be scared, to be bold, and to dream big. Nemova told Guinness World Records. By the way, congratulations to her.
Mm-hmm.
I realize that there's some world records we talk about where it's like, yeah, okay, so you ran like 60 feet on fire. I mean, you're brave. I'm really not sure what's really being accomplished here. There's so much that has to go into what she did.
Yeah.
I mean, there is so much. Look, the guy on fire, there's a lot that has to go into that, too, just for 60 seconds. Good golly, Miss Molly. Think about the training. Think about the shape she has to be in. Think about the breathing exercises, the understanding of altitude. I mean, you are literally at a deprived oxygen point.
Yes.
Coming out of a helicopter. Not a plane, a helicopter with the rotary blades above you. I mean, the number of things that could go wrong. Like if you're on fire running for like 60 feet, somebody's got a blankie. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's got a big heavy thing, you're out. You're on your own, dude.
Dude, I'm going to tell you, I thought I would never be just as impressed as I think I found it. Felix, I don't want to mess up his last name, but did you ever see how he broke the highest altitude sky jump?
Mm-mm.
It was 135,889 feet. Like he was borderline right there where he's looking at the earth. Like he's right at that peak and he's jumping out of like a pod from a spaceship. And I saw the guy and I was like, he looks like if, oh God, not Guy Ritchie. Yeah, Guy Ritchie and,
none of that is helpful.
Yeah, Guy Ritchie and Tom Hardy had a baby. Like he's got the square head.
I mean, it's like hard men from
he's
the hard
a solid
land.
dude.
I mean, we're talking about hard men. And by the way, this lady, Nemova, tough-looking broad.
Exactly,
dude.
that's what I was going to get to.
These people are tough-looking people, man. By the way, jumping out of helicopters at about 30,000 feet above Mount Everest, that's kind of the job of Road Gang Radio.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do, by the way. We've been doing it for over 6 months now over here at the Fastport Studios. Fastport, by the way, is helping people onboard the next generation of employees, helping veterans find their purpose, doing it all through apprentice programs and onboarding programs and specialized apps, doing it with our friend Brad Bentley, Gina Harrison, Dave Harrison. Go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org because this is the best live transpo show in the known universe. As Dre said, live from the Degas House. You can find us on iHeart. You might be yakking it up on YouTube. You might be finding FaceTime on Facebook. A lot of folks are kind of having a great time right now this morning. We'll be telling them hello over in the chat in just a minute. But we got some phone calls coming in as well, too. Who's first up to bat?
Oh, man, you already know. He's got a few things to say. Chowder. Hey, buddy.
What's happening, man?
Morning, buddies. Morning, family. Morning, rebels. Morning, Dave. Morning, Tara the Terrible Terrapin Turtle. And Madison with a T if you're all out there. And, oh, yeah, good morning, beautiful Claire Marie.
Thank you,
that's
sir.
got the list covered.
That's
Hi,
it.
man, and everybody else. Welcome to Road Dog Nation. Hey, Jimmy Mack, you know, Chowder considers himself mostly a kind and calm and sensible and non-argumentative person.
Grounded.
You know this, right?
Yeah.
Grounded, yeah, very
In
grounded.
shape.
I haven't been in trouble in a lot of times to go to the corner, but yes. And I'm not electrical, so I don't know about this grounding thing. But I have a little bit of an issue for a PSA situation going on the last few days, Jimmy.
Uh-huh.
If people are going to travel with their flea taxi-ridden pooches or whatever they are, inconveniences, Chowder and probably the rest of the world would greatly appreciate if you would actually be a responsible pet owner, Bob Barker, and not spade and neuter them, just, you know, maybe not Christy Gnome them, but take a bag with you and pick up their processed Alpo afterwards. Because I'm going a little low on my carpet replacement budget in my truck. And Chowder's solution has been to use their Safeway bag or their Walmart bag and pick it up and return it to the pet owner when they go inside, mostly in a lathering of door handles, windows, and other key places to have to touch, because if they don't want to pick it up, I'm tired of tracking it everywhere. I know that's probably not the appropriate one, but we need to get some these people can't clean up after themselves in the truck stop. We can't expect them to clean up after their dogs, I guess.
I have a compromise.
Is there a way we can start a movement to ban pups?
Well, movement is the key word here.
Yeah, bow.
I'm going to make this. I'm going to strike a healthy compromise in the spirit of the Federalist Papers, in the spirit of the Continental Congress. How about this? How about you get 2 a year, okay? So that every 6 months or so, you have to find a really, truly special violator of the process, and you kind of pick them, and you work out your frustrations. Because, by the way, I understand your frustrations. The problem is, though, is if you're going around playing the schmear with the pooches schmear, you might be taking up too much of your time and too much of your headspace. But can we start a movement? Maybe we can get a couple of guys together who decide that, they're going to pick one person every 6 months who violates this rule and kind of make, kind of remind them why they, Baron von Poopenstein or something.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Don't catch a charge,
That
man.
way, you get one of them out of your system.
So what you're saying is I don't have to be a pap smear specialist anymore?
Exactly.
Exactly.
We're going to call you Pappy, and we'll know what we're talking about when you say
Pappy C.
Oh, Pappy Chowder's in the house. Pappy Chowder.
Look at Pappy Chowder.
On a more serious note, Jimmy, your general producer, I liked it when he came on and spoke about video games. I mean, that was kind of cool. I was talking with our good friend, the Ott of the Four, and we were talking and reminiscing about old games, and he liked that Caveman Olympics where you tossed the caveman around by hair and did all that. Did you ever play on the old gray Nintendo, the one where you put the little CD disc in? Did you ever play a game called Worms?
No, but I have a feeling that if you keep talking about it, I might visually remember it and then go, oh, yeah, that game.
It was the one where you could play up to like 4 players, and it would set up, and it was not high tech, mind you. It was actually like little S-shaped worms, and you had like grenades and rockets and bazookas, and you had these landscapes that you were trying to wipe out the other team of 4 or 5. I think it was 4, and you would throw grenades, but they'd toss them in the air and hit them with their tail. But if you kept picking on each other, it'd be like, leave me alone, and a-hole, and all kinds of, but it was kind of a simple but fun game. You tried to knock them into the fire and listen sizzle. I remember the old games. Do you remember those old fun games? Because the reason I bring it up is I'm playing this new one on my Switch called Dragon Dogma. And these open world games, Chowder seems to not be able to follow instruction well, because I always run into big dragons I can't beat up with people that have like 40 health.
I know. The thing is, you got to get your hands on a map as quickly as possible. You have to use some kind of trucking logic to get your hands on an actual map and stay out of areas where you're not quite leveled up for it, too. That's the other problem. Well, no, I mean, there's like a game. I mean, there are a couple of games out there where they don't care where you go. You can go wherever you want to go, but you immediately find out when a dragon burns you to a crisp. Like, I shouldn't be on this level. I need to go back to the village.
That's why I got rid of Zelda Oracle or whatever. I tried making it to the first town, and next thing I know is it weren't no green slimes that I could beat up with my little stick-looking sword. I'll tell you that. So, but yeah, that was all I really calling about. Old video games that we used to play that was fun, and really, people, pick up after your pooches or get rid of your pooches. Oh yeah, and almost got hit 3 times the other day, not in Chicago or major city, because apparently the place for the pooch to ride is no longer on the dash. It's in their lap. And I'm pretty sure that's not a 2-person seatbelt.
Yeah, I'm against that.
Yeah.
If you want to form that crowd too, I'm a member of that one. Thank you, Chowder.
All right, later.
All right, man.
Don't catch a charge, man.
By the way, the Paranormal Pie Man says,
Yo. I was like, why are you staring at me? Oh, okay.
I like not to watch people potentially die trying to get stupid records. Well, that's definitely a very, very defendable position, by the way. Joe J says, good morning. Bruce Almighty says, good morning. 10 Ring says, good morning. JB, I hope you're able to get through at some point. We are out there looking for you. People are actually calling in at 615-292-6366.
Speaking of Jerry Bowers,
What are you doing today? You missed the yo.
Oh, 615-292-NEMO. But if you would have let me say Jerry Bowers, I was going to say it after.
All right.
Dang nabbit, he called that number. Hey there, sir.
What's going on, Jerry? You got some scoop for us? You got some juice?
What's going on, man? Man, I'm calling in because when I think you can't get any better, you just prove me wrong. Yesterday's spot on the Chicago Maritime Museum, you could not get closer to my house if you threw a rock. I mean,
dang.
I used to literally go over there by the river. That's where we hung out, and that's where all the mischief went. And then when we got in trouble, that's where we ran to get away from the trouble. And all the shenanigans of teenage years took place over in that area.
Your first kiss?
That was in my friend's basement, but yeah,
Spin the bottle.
Yeah. But man, that was awesome. It's like, and then, that just opened a whole new wormhole because now it's like going down the rabbit hole of what's going on in that old neighborhood, and it's all gentrified. If you look on the maps, all those houses, none of that was there. It was all open field. And that building was there. Across the street was the Tan building, if you're looking at the map, was actually the Nabisco factory, and they had an outlet store with a box full of like just free samples that kids would go in and grab cookies out of the open box and stuff. And it was just awesome.
Yeah, and I really like those kind of places. And I got to tell you, between you and I and everybody else listening, she was a terrific ambassador for her institution. That's, and we usually get it right when we get the curators or the bosuns or the docents and all those kind of folks. But I made the bosun joke because, by the way, it's a maritime museum. But it's interesting to me, like I said, how many of these men and women who speak for their museums are often just spot on. They are the best ambassadors. I was actually very excited. I'm like, oh, let's go. I mean, it was she was terrific, by the way. Do you play video games at all? Because the Paranormal Pie Man loves Red Dead Redemption 2, is probably his favorite open world game, and I got to tell you, it's pretty much up there with me as well. Or you and the wife have too much going on and too much of a life to be digging into that stuff?
Too much going on.
I understand. Yeah. I, on the other hand, find that to be quality time, and one of the ways I stay in touch with CM is that I'll get on a PlayStation over here and be like, hey, you got a headset to get on right now. I got to get some visiting time with you. And then we kill stuff as a family together. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Bonding.
It's fantastic. It's nice. What are you doing with yourself today, man? What's going on?
Today is my Friday, so I'm packing up the truck right now and getting ready to head back to the D.C. I got, just to get my day started, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I got one more thing to add about yesterday's guest, because it's on Bubbly Creek, and I know what Bubbly Creek was. So there's no way in hell that I would put a kayak or anything other than a rock into that river.
Probably not a really good net. For the Maritime Museum, the water body next to it probably is not as navigatable as they would like it to be, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
I understand. Where are you headed next? Where's the world taking you?
Back down to Opelousas. I'm up in West Monroe right now.
Nice. Nice. You got to get your butt over here sooner rather than later, because you and Marshall become the poster children for reminding people that if they make their way over here, they can be on the show. No jokes, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You get to ride. You get to ride or die. And by the way, brother, you are a ride or die. I love you. I got to take a break. Do me a favor. Say you're listening to Road Gang Radio, and now here's your pledge, national anthem, and the Good Pastor.
All right, everybody, you're listening to Road Gang Radio, and here's your pledge, national anthem, and the good pastor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, got a word for you this morning, found in Isaiah 26, verse 3. It says, you keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on you, because he trusts in you. Now, notice what Isaiah is saying. Our peace can only come if our mind is fixed on something. And he says, if your mind is fixed on Jesus, then you are surely going to be experiencing peace. So, my brothers and sisters, get your mind right. Get your mind focused. Stay home then and know if you want to experience peace, the first thing you got to do is fix your mind on him. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and please, 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 please be safe in your journey.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Build a relationship with a carrier for the long haul. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen, and get those minds right, Jimmy.
Get them right, by the way, and get them right if you're driving in Tennessee. The THP, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, a trooper found nearly 20 violations during a recent inspection on a vehicle hauling heavy equipment. Yesterday, THP said that a trooper with the Motor Carrier Plus unit conducted an inspection that resulted in the discovery of 19 total violations. Stop and turn lamps were inoperative. 5 of 8 brakes inoperative on a combination unit, an unsecured load, emergency air brake hose with visible dry rot, no required periodic inspections, no proof of insurance. By the way, I mean, after the conversation we had yesterday, why should anybody have proof of insurance, man? It's just too much. You should really check out Daughtry's report when it comes out. These violations present significant risk to safety, to the motoring public and the driver. Proactive inspections like this help identify unsafe vehicles and ensure compliance before a serious crash occurs. That's what the THP said. You can find their information on the Book of Face on Facebook. I promise that I will begin to sunset that particular inclination. On Facebook, you can find it. Speaking of maintenance, speaking of pre-trips, speaking of taking care of your truck, you might want to listen up when Kevin Lindsay arrives. The head of maintenance over at TA Petro, TravelCenters of America, will be arriving here in the next half hour. But in this half hour, Ten Ring is with us. Good morning to you, or as we like to say,
Cello.
Hello.
You do it way better.
It was Felix Bumgarner.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, there you
yeah.
go.
God, he's
Yeah,
a stoic figure, isn't he?
Well, he's dead.
He was, wasn't he? Damn it, I didn't realize he died.
He is. Yeah, he died back in July in a powered paraglider accident where he ran into a wooden shed next to a pool.
Oh, God. I didn't even realize that. And that was
yeah.
out last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember it was around
this is
2014 when he
July.
did that jump, right? For Red Bull?
Yeah, and during that jump, he became the first person to break the speed of sound without an airplane.
Dude, yeah. I just moved to Biloxi to help my mom out. Well, I came and visited, and then I saw that, and I was just, man, I was mind blown. I thought I would never see anything like that.
I'll tell you this really quickly. I would call it a day at that point. If I broke the speed of sound, I'd be like, I'm done. I'm
gonna retire.
I'm gonna be happy having some kid walk over to me at a restaurant going, "Are you Phyllis Baumgartner?" "Yes, I am." "You broke the speed of sound on a jump." "I did." "Well done. That's it. Bring me a steak." That's the end
Not
of
in
it.
the plane.
Well, he had, because of the shockwave from breaking the speed of sound, he got so unstable falling that he almost got knocked out and he almost died. Obviously, I mean, that's a historic jump, and from somebody that's jumped before, it's kind of a dumbass move, but hey, whatever. It was the old guy. If you watch the video, there's an older guy that sits in the control center that talks to him the whole time.
Right.
That older guy was the guy that did it for the Air Force during high altitude ejection seat testing back in the 60s.
Oh my God. Oh my God! And the thing is, by the way, it makes sense. He was 5'7", which actually is about right. I mean, you're going to be a jumper like that, dude. I got to tell you, there are things that I would never do on a jump because I would be like, that's too much of me.
Why are all the badasses 5'6", 5'7"?
Low center of gravity.
Oh, there it is. Okay,
Low
Tom
center of
Hardy.
gravity. Well, the reason why Tom Hardy and Tom Cruise, very rarely, you have to be very, very broad on your shoulders. If you notice that, if you ever see somebody like Benedict Cumberbatch in person, he doesn't look he looks very proportional, very human. He looks a little weird on camera on purpose. He's got that long look because he's actually a man just simply above 6 feet. In movies, the low center of gravity accomplishes two things. It allows where you put the camera. It also quite often puts you on a better standing proportion with any female leads.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a crazy thing, but part of the consideration. It's the low center of gravity. Bogey was 5'7", 5'8". That's not an uncommon thing.
They're saying Jeremy Renner's 5'9". I don't believe it.
He might be.
5'9" is a good height.
5'9" is a good height. 5'9" to 6'2" is about it. After 6'2", you start getting tall. Well, I think you're tall after 6 feet, to be honest with you. But I think 5'7" to 5'9" to 6'2" is a good height.
You know who's massive? I never realized that they were Cam Newton.
Oh, monster.
He's like 6'6".
Oh yeah, dude.
270. Jesus.
All you have to do is watch people like Cam Newton or Josh Allen in the playoff games standing next to either their wife or the lady interviewing them, and you're like, holy macaroni.
That's a big quarterback.
Big dudes. 10 ring, I got a couple more phone calls to get to. What's your day look like?
Well, I'm going to go to Kansas City and drop this load because I got food poisoning at Love's in Kansas while I was doing my reset, waiting on a freaking load.
You definitely reset.
Last night was terrible, and today is terrible, so I'm going to sit down.
Man. Oh.
We lost you, brother. But here's the thing is, food poisoning at Love's, I couldn't think of a better commercial spot for TravelCenters of America. No, by the way, that is beyond the requisite amount of suck. Thank you for the phone call, my friend. Jody, why don't you jump on in here and tell us what's happening?
What's going on, man? You doing all right?
I don't have any complaints. I'm rack-packed and stacked on the Callerinos. I got Kevin Lindsay coming up a little bit and one more call after you. So it's a big, busy, bumbling, rumbling, stumbling morning.
Bumbling.
Well, at least you guys aren't bored, so.
That's the B word we aren't.
That is never. I got to tell you, since we've come over here, I won't lie to you. On the old platform, we had some days where it was like, I mean, Dre's like, you got to keep me in the game today. You got to keep me in.
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
But since we've come here, poor Dave is like, there's no moment to breathe. I'm like, too bad. Here we go.
Welcome
to Road Gang Radio. What's going on, Jody Joe?
Same old. Just wanted to touch on. I can't remember who was talking about the dog crap in the truck stops. Yeah, he's absolutely right. I mean, I take a bag with me with this little guy if we're walking behind the trucks.
Right.
But just last night, I mean, you would not believe the piles of dog crap behind all these trucks. These guys just won't pick up after them.
Now, metaphorically, I could believe it. I mean,
Yeah.
let's face it. There's some people out there telling some tales where you're like, "Oh my God, dude, you're worse than a dog's rear end." But I understand. By the way, I think you are the missing key to what Chowder is suggesting. I think it's people who bring dogs out there who do the right thing by their dogs and the right thing by other people in the parking lot who need to lead this mass movement, this mass bowel movement. That's what needs to happen here. I think you're the guy to do it.
I mean, but the big picture is they don't realize, and everybody here is an animal lover, okay? I mean, yes, I have a dog in the truck. He's very, very tiny. These guys running around with these Rottweilers, Doberman Pinschers, German Shepherds, Pit Bulls in their truck, that's more abusive to that dog than what you think it is. It has no room to roam, no room to lay down. And they're going to say something stupid, well, they can lay down in the back bunk. That's not what I'm meaning. You know what I'm talking about. Dogs like that need a yard. They need to be outside 4 or 5, 6 hours a day. They don't need to be cooped up in a little cube of a truck. That's very harmful to a dog.
Absolutely. Great. Good.
I mean, even this little guy, you and I have talked about it. Every hour and a half, 2 hours, I stop and I walk him for 15 minutes. Sure, other guys are going to be like, oh, I can't do that. I got to keep on moving. No, it's called the love of a pet.
Yeah, it's also called you made a choice, pal. You brought the dog out there. I mean, what is it? You pay the, it's like, you take the ride.
Get your steps in.
Pay the fare, take the ride, man. That's it. That's it. Let's go. Let's roll.
But on the other hand, I'd be more concerned if I was him about the stuff that's in the white bag that's behind the truck than the dog taking a crap behind the truck. If you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. White powder ma.
It's gross is gross, but it is what it is.
Jody, I got one more call to get to. I love you. We're gonna put a bag in there. Okay, Jody, thank you for your call. Love you. Be safe out there. Keep us appraised of your and Chowder's efforts to get people's poopensteins under control. All right.
You got it, my brother. And if my load isn't ready later on, I want to go find out what I can get into, not by getting caught over here in Orlando.
Thank you, my friend. Be safe and be good. We'll be in Orlando probably at the end of the next month. Get out of here, Jody. Dre, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back on the other side, take that last phone call, and then get Kevin Lindsay in here. Maintenance does matter, and it's why Kevin's here. I read about the Tennessee violations because you guys, I mean, you can't have a truck like that. You can't have literally your lights not working and your tubes turning to dust. What is going on with that? Listen to the plump tuba. He knows what's happening.
Speaking of tubes,
go to truckdown.com, by the way.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossAmerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Two quick bureaucratic notes. Don't forget our good friends from Trucking with OOIDA are back. We'll be having their show immediately after this one. Phone Master Dre will be on the ones and the twos making that happen. And special edition, the Braz, of course, is a busy man. Robert Braswell of Tech Talk with TMC has always got something cooking, something going on. But he loves doing this segment. He loves the weekly contribution that he makes here as one of the, actually the longest segment running on RadioNemo. He will be here at 8 in the center, 9 in the east for a special edition this week of Tech Talk with TMC. Before we get to our good friend Mr. Kevin Lindsay, I want to drop this last phone call in here and say good morning. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
Ooh.
Oh, it's good old Bandit.
Hey, Bandit, what is happening? How's the book coming?
Oh, it's going. Right now, I'm on my way over to the company terminal. I just left my house. Got to get an ABS sensor replaced and get my fifth wheel adjusted.
How long is that going to take you?
Put a terminal in the...
Bandit, did I lose you?
I don't know. The maintenance appointment is for 1,300, and I was told to get over there as soon as I could this morning to see if I can sneak in earlier than that.
Okay. And do you think it's a day gone? Or do you see yourself back on the road?
Depending on how bad the fifth wheel fights them, because they were, it was at a different terminal the other day, and they replaced the air ram that does the in-cab release, and that didn't do any good on fixing the issue where the even pulling the handle, it was getting bound up where it didn't want to release at all. I'm not sure what they've got to do to it.
Okay, well, I'll be sure to bring that up with Kevin when we drop him in here in just a moment, and just to kind of give people a sense of that, you're actually being really helpful because it's a problem that comes up for a lot of people, to be honest with you, something that people struggle with on a regular basis. I asked earlier, I'll ask again, how much time in regards to the book are you able to sneak in on a daily basis, or do you just think about it over the course of a week and then like plan when you know you're going to have your next extended period of time?
Well, what I've been doing is been using the now some people are going to hate this, but I've been using the AI on my phone to actually have it take the notes as I come up with ideas. That way I can jot down the ideas without actually having to write anything down right away as the ideas occur to me when I'm having it read the book back to me, and I'm like, well, that scene doesn't exactly flow the way I want it to.
I don't have a problem with that in the sense is all you have to do is make sure that when you actually publish the book, you make note of the fact that you used AI as a note-taking system and not a creative system. If you do that, you should be fine. It's just a matter of these days, one of the things, it's like a citation. It's the same thing, dude. It's just letting people know how it was created. People do this all the time. You'll see designs all the time where people will do a product and they'll have a design up there and they'll say it was generated by this, or it was actually this font was purchased from this company. They give people credit. There's no shame in using kind of advantages as long as you're letting people know how you did it. That's not a problem. Shouldn't be a problem. Bandit, I do got to get to Kevin, but I wanted to get you in because I know how important you are to us, and we love having you on. We're so thrilled that you're back, brother. How's the family?
They're doing all right. Loki's got his learner's permit, but every time my wife tries to take him to go practice, he isn't in the mood to do it, and then he complains that he's not getting to practice.
By the way,
hello, McFly.
there's a definition for what you just described. It's called a teenager, my friend. It's called a teenager. Thank you, Bandit. Go be safe out there, my brother. Keep up writing. Keep up the good work, okay?
All right, you guys take it easy, and everyone keep it sunny side up.
Turn it over, Dre. By the way, you notice I told Dre to turn it over. That actually is completely appropriate for what we're talking about today with Kevin Lindsey. You know him. He is the head honcho for maintenance over at TravelCenters of America. TA Petro's Kevin Lindsey joins us as he is oft wont to do on Maintenance Matters. Hey, man. I was hoping we would be able to talk about you guys playing in the championship game, but you may be the only SEC team that actually behaved with honor during this whole tournament process. Sorry, close but no cigar, but you guys have a bright future, by the way. Got some good assistant coaches, and it looks like somehow, miraculously, like Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame, you might have gotten the right guy by assistance. So that's pretty cool.
Right.
Pretty cool.
I think that's right. That's right.
So I talked about turning stuff over, and we can go back and forth as we always do between everything else. It is cold. It is cold everywhere in the country. I know that because it's cold here. It was actually genuinely cold this morning, as Ray can tell you as well, too. I had that what I would call Tourette syndrome cold. You know what I'm talking about? When you literally walk outside and you actually, every single curse word you've accumulated in the 50-plus years you've existed comes pouring out of your mouth. That's where I am. Starting trucks in the cold is hard, and you want to talk about that, don't you?
Oh, yeah, a little bit, but I wanted to address Bandit's situation there. Not sure where he's at, but I know we were talking about, cold weather stuff and everything on this, but he that fifth wheel issue, you can see that kind of come up in cold weather like this, because you get so much grease and all that stuff gets gunked up, built up, and next thing you know, it's actually thrown the jaws out of adjustment or whatever.
Let me ask you a question about that, too, because that kind of relates to some of the other stuff we're talking about as well, too. So many things that actually keep your truck really loosey-goosey and allow it to breathe and live in the summertime and in the Indian summer, as some people call it, often start to betray you as the weather gets colder, don't they?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean,
that's one of those. That's common.
Anything that requires movement and lubrication suddenly has a big problem once the weather kind of drops down. I mean, that really is kind of goes back to that whole thing about, forget about air filters for a second. Even before air filters, you can't get to air filters unless you're checking everything. I don't know if you heard the story I told earlier, but the Tennessee Highway Patrol found a piece of machinery with 19 violations on it. 19 violations. And one of the things that really put a chill up my spine was one of its tubes was practically dust. And I just kept thinking, man, this is the result of not doing a pre-trip. And I know that sounds quite obvious, but people don't realize is that it's one of those things about doing a pre-trip that goes back to what we're talking about today, that people don't realize that they're just little things that you'll get to. And it's one thing to do a pre-trip when you know you'll get to it later, but when you don't do the pre-trip, you don't know what to get to. And it sounds so obvious.
That's exactly right. You don't, right?
Yeah.
And making a habit out of a good pre-trip, as I've always said, is only going to do you some good.
So, and I wanted to ask about that. What we're talking about was starting and charging, by the way, because how much of starting and charging and the issues that go along with that, even in cold weather, can be prevented by doing a good pre-trip?
Oh, that's a tough one,
right?
Because when you get to the electrical side of everything, that's one of those mysteries of technicians that diesel technicians, heavy truck technicians. They always act like the electrical side of things is such a mystery, and it's because you can't see it, right?
Right.
You can't see it, but kind of like a lot of things I sent in about this cold weather starting and charging. That starter is really, really needy. it needs a lot of current. That's the one item on the truck on a heavy-duty diesel engine that's going to require the most energy to get going. And it's really hard to see that stuff. I've made mention in the past on here about, a pre-trip, looking at your battery box, making sure, you don't get all this gunk, dust and sediment built up on top of those batteries, which can cause a parasitic drain and stuff. So you got to make sure you keep all that done and any corrosion down, all that good stuff. So.
I had an epiphany the other night because I was thinking as I was getting ready for this segment. You sent me your notes, by the way, and by the way, guys, if you ever we were talking about writing a book before, and I'm always kind of curious if you actually put all these notes together and to try to organize them into a book. And there's some people would say just put the whole damn thing inside of a chat GPT. My problem is it would spit back out a technical manual in homespun folksy wisdom. But one of the things I was thinking about is that along with, I swear to God, I know our listeners are going, no Shasta Sherlock on this, but along with the air filter joke we make all the time, because Dean talks about this as well, and you and I have talked about this. I always ask Dean what he does to make sure the Grumpy Pete is where it needs to be, and he talks about cleaning his tires. And people go, what are you talking about? And I totally get where he's talking about. The idea is that part of your pre-trip should be making sure that stuff is simply clean. And I know that sounds crazy, but cleaning and changing your air filters. Here's the thing let's make an HVAC comparison here. People don't realize that the majority of dust in a house, of course, is the residue of human skin. And when you say it like that, people kind of start crawling up the walls, which means there's just more residue of human skin. But what people don't realize is that if you clean your house on a regular basis, you work the filters less. And when you work the filters less, you have a cleaner, more breathable house. So the combination of keeping up with the cleaning on a regular basis along with changing the filters gives you a place worth living. The same can actually apply in regards to maintenance, is that the first two crucial things you have to do is keep the damn thing clean, not just on the outside, but really check for all that stuff you're talking about, and then do the filter determination. A lot of that allows you to focus on what's really wrong. Is that fair?
It is, and let me throw this out there. I'm going to tie this back to something you said earlier. My good friends at the Tennessee Highway Patrol are just like a lot of other inspectors that are out there, commercial vehicle inspectors. Cleanliness, the old cliche, cleanliness is next to godliness.
Yeah.
Well, if you pull into scales and you've got a rig that's just nasty, dirty, it's had wheel seals seeping and there's dust built up and you haven't washed it in 2 months, and they're going to be more apt to look harder at that. I'm just saying. It's human nature.
Oh, it's an inclination. I mean, I will tell you right now. I'm gonna be really honest, and this is taking you back in the day. It's really funny. Why did you have him get out of the car? I swear to God, he had so much crap on the other side of his car down underneath the dashboard. I swear to God. I know guys on highway patrol. I know guys in traffic who literally told me they've pulled people over and their car has looked. I swear to God, this is absolute truth. Now, it's a different thing if the person is really rich. I know a couple of policemen who are like, you know what, you need to be taken down a peg. I make no apologies for those guys. But I know other people that have pulled over ladies taking their kids to school for one thing or another. They got a couple of kids in the car, and the car is impeccably cleaned, and the kids are well behaved, and they have a tail light out, Kevin. And they kind of go, you know what, dude, go get that taken care of. Not today. Yeah. You obviously, you got some kids in the car. You need to get that checked out. But it's obvious that you take care of the car and you take care of these kids. You get to move on. And there's something to be said for that kind of approach. People don't realize it does make a difference. And in a very, very busy day, you've got to make sometimes split-second decisions about who you're going to look at and who you're not. And the better you look, the more they can write something off, pun intended, as something that happened while you were out there on the road, something you just missed despite doing your diligence. You get forgiven when the rest of your situation is really what you would call packed up, as it were. You know what I'm saying? If you've tightened everything else up, it becomes a lot easier to let you take a walk, as it were. And it's such a good point and so well said. I wanted to ask you, by the way, because cold oil everything being cold makes it harder to start up in the morning. So is there any way around that? I mean, is there any way to make sure that the viscosity and the what I would call the that makes it so tough to start sometimes in the morning can be mitigated before you do that?
Yeah, and it's possible, but what you got to keep in mind, and I always try to remind people of this, you got to follow your engine manufacturer's recommendations when it comes to oil viscosity and different things like that, because they designed that engine. If they designed that engine to run with 5W30, and you're constantly changing your oils because you lack 15W40, you can expect some more issues. And part of that could be starting, because you stop and think about it. If they're only requiring 5W30, a little bit thinner, a little bit lighter oil, that and we won't get into the castor oil guys talks here, but it can actually, especially in colder weather, it's going to really tighten that engine up more, which is going to require more energy for that starter, which means the starter needs to be a little bigger with that 15W40 in it, so the starter may not even be, starters on these big trucks, they've made smaller and smaller over the years, but yet they're more efficient than they ever used to be. So it's tough. It's tough.
Well, I'll tell you this too. I'm going to
get that balance.
I'm going to state the obvious as well too, because like I said, people. I was making the joke. I was talking to some people from DAT yesterday, just having a conversation, and I asked them what they thought I did for a living. I wasn't being a jerk. It was actually a fun conversation, and they both had pretty good answers, and they were both really, really close. And what I said to them was, my job. Ultimately, now your job is to give information about how we maintain trucks. My job is to make 4 hours go by in the blink of an eye. I said everything else is a moral decision that I make. Do I use grievance? Do I use joy? Do I use information? Do I use some kind of nice combination of all three of those things? At the end of the day, what people don't realize is if you state things in the simplest terms, like the federal government is nothing more than an insurance company with an army, once you say that, you kind of go, oh, that makes a lot of sense, right? This is the most basic thing, is the fact that a diesel engine is dead until it isn't. And what people don't understand is the reason why when an EMT truck shows up to save your life, if in fact you've had a heart attack, what do? They actually get essentially the human equivalent of jumper cables, and they put them on your chest.
Yes.
And they bring you back.
Yes.
And so what you're doing, and I know it sounds so stupid and obvious, people need to understand, your truck, if it's lying there and it's not started, it's dead. And,
it is.
And that's the thing. You are bringing something back to life. And as anybody will tell you, any ambulance, EMT will tell you, what happens there is that even when you bring something back to life, you're doing damage to it. You jumpstart somebody's heart, you're doing damage to it. So every time you turn the damn truck over, you are bringing it closer to its expiration date.
And that's funny you say that, because something I read years ago, and I can't remember what engine training it was I was in or whatever, but I remember reading this years ago, but like 80% of all wear on internal engine components, such as, main bearings, rod bearings, different things like that, occur at startup.
Thank you very much. We could have just skipped everything I just said there and gone right to the main event. We're also talking about bringing something to life that has no spark plug, correct?
Exactly, right? I mean, it's a little different than gasoline engines, right?
Right.
Because you got to get it turning over with enough oomph to create enough compression that when you inject fuel into it, it can combust. But that takes some heat, and which takes more compressions.
I actually have another great analogy here. And like I said, I work in these analogies not because it's clever. I work in them because it's a better way of helping people, especially people who are just getting into this industry and who don't have the farming background. Or I was very lucky that I had a couple of shade mechanics in my life, so I know enough to be dangerous. One time, a friend of mine told me in regards to, he'd had a car sitting in his garage for a very long time, and I'm talking about, we're in Ohio, and it is cold. And he said, basically, you're bringing this thing back to life. He said, it's as if it fell through the ice. it's as if it was a human being that fell through the ice. And he said if you don't warm it up properly, it could still hurt it, by the way. And I never thought about that.
Yeah.
That people don't realize that if like you don't sit. That was my question. So he made the point, say, if you don't let this thing sit here long enough and you just take it out there, you're going to have problems for the first like 5 to 10 minutes you're driving. How long, once you get the thing turned over, especially with a diesel, should you sit there? Because heat compression is what brings these suckers to life. How long should you sit there before you can actually run properly too? And can you do any damage from running it on the moment it starts up, meaning taking it out there?
Yeah, from the moment it starts up, yes. That's another thing I see people do. They'll start a big truck up and put their foot on the throttle for some reason. Give it a minute. Give it a minute to let oil get to flowing properly. Especially, and that's even more drastic damage you're doing in colder weather because everything's cold. So, if it's been sitting overnight, what we call a cold soak, so to speak, basically everything in that engine on that truck is at whatever air temperature is, right? If it's been sitting there for more than 6 to 8 hours. So if it's 20 degrees outside, you got to figure everything's 20 degrees there or pretty close to it. It'll hold a little heat overnight, but not that much.
The other thing is, and I have a really kind of lovely romance story. I somehow managed to work romance into Maintenance Matters. It's also important. This is why pre-trip's important as well too, because in a particularly cold situation, we were making a joke about what's happening in Tennessee. The idea the guy didn't even inspect the fact that everything was kind of turning to dust. You got to let it warm up too, because certain things might have water and ice on them that need to kind of melt their way off before you get out there. Correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Because you really you can't see everything. Even doing a great pre-trip, you're not going to see everything because there could be stuff, up on moisture up on top of the transmission that's has froze, turned to ice overnight next to an airline. Now that also means that if the ice is right outside of that airline, and maybe that airline's in a puddle of water that's sitting there, it freezes. Well, any moisture that was in that airline is also froze. So now you've got little ice flakes, right, in that air system, and you start it up and it starts moving air through it. It could damage seals. You'd never know. Anything that's mechanical can have issues in colder weather more than it would in warmer weather.
Kevin, I wanted to ask you, in your notes, there's a lot of really great information, but there was a particular one I wanted to ask you about. You said batteries may be damaged from summer heat. Can you kind of unpack that and explicate that a little bit? That was the one where it kind of stopped me in my tracks, because in the middle of all this cold stuff and trying to find heat, you jumped us back to the summer. And I think I get the logic of it, but can you explain that a little bit more and how that impacts what happens in the winter?
Well, that's one of those things that gets overlooked a lot, because especially if you run, the Southwest during the summer, and during the summer months when it's 118 degrees, that's most everything we have and build is not designed to necessarily run consistently at those higher temperatures. And batteries are very susceptible to the extremes, whether it's extreme cold or extreme heat. And that extreme heat can actually drain those batteries down so bad that when the cold weather hits, because you got to remember, even maintenance-free batteries there's liquid in there. Even if they're gel cell batteries, absorbed glass material, AGM batteries, there's still some liquid. There's moisture in those batteries. And, those things can freeze. But at the same time, from the summertime, when they're so hot, that moisture can boil out. So that messes with that chemistry inside that battery. Whether it's actually you see anything or not from that, but it's.
I'm going to stop us here for a second to let you know that Trucker Bosun said I bought me one of those Ionic Detox foot spas the other day. I'll let you all know how it works here if I get a chance to use it. Don't ever forget, by the way, that warming yourself up is also really important. The Paranormal Pie Man says, I don't know, Kevin. I don't know, Jimmy. When my truck was squeaky clean, I got inspected twice at both the E and WB scales on the I-94 in Indiana. Well, by the way, you answered your own question, Paranormal Pie Man. Indiana. They don't care. They inspect everybody. I mean, anybody. Look, I love the state of Indiana, and I think a lot of people are going to be rooting for them in this upcoming championship game. But those folks are literally the definition of trucking is a piggy bank. Come on, man. Of course you're going to get inspected in Indiana. And Marty Ellis says, good morning from Tokerville in Utah. Good morning to you, Mr. OOIDA. I hope you are safe out there on the highways and byways. And our good friend Chowder wanted to say that he's a badass because he's 5'9". How tall are you, Kevin, by the way?
I'm even bigger of a badass because I'm 5'7".
By the way, yeah, you're Tom Cruise country, dude. I'm telling you right now, low center of gravity, tough guy, can jump out of airplanes with aerodynamic speed. That's what's going on right there. I'm not
jumping out of airplanes.
Yeah, ever again, ever. I mean, it's like, literally when Tenring called me this morning and said he's jumped out of air. I've done it twice. I did it the second time to make sure I disliked it as much as I did the first time. Just wanted to make sure that was a reality. This is really funny, too, by the way, Dre. When I jumped out of an airplane, the first time I ever did it, we got there, and I saw the first instructor giving all these really kind of complicated kind of explanations for stuff. And I walked over to the guy, Kevin, and I said, what do I need to know? And he said, you need to know you're going to have an awesome time. Let's go. And I'm like, that's not good enough. I need more. That is not going to cut it. Hate to break the bad news. Okay, we got about 2 minutes. I got about a minute here left, by the way. Is on the flip side of it, we said get the thing warmed up, but you don't want to stay too long. You don't want to idle too much either, right? Because that can really mess with the battery as well, right?
Oh yeah. Well, you want to idle it for a while. I know I never really answered that question because I'll be honest with you, there's no OEM out there that actually says you should do this for this amount of time. I will point out that in most modern trucks with all the computer controls on them, they actually do run better in the cold than they used to. It don't mean that, hey, I started this thing up. Hey, he said it runs better, so I can just go ahead and take off. Warm it up for a little bit, thaw some of that stuff out. Let it come to life a little.
Kevin, I'm going to make you proud of me. I'm really going to make you proud of me here as we wrap this thing up. How about this? The natural harmonics of your truck. When you start it up, when you hear those natural harmonics, because here's the thing too. I mean, I started the car this morning, and like I said, it was genuinely cold last night, and I could hear it take a little bit more of a gasp of oxygen to get itself there. I didn't have any problems turning it over, but that it's a little bit longer, even with a car, to get it started. And I sat there until the car sounded normal, until the vehicle sounded the way it usually sounds, and then I pulled out. It really goes back to the idea that you talk about, that natural harmonic. Is that the good time to roll out when you hear it sound the way it's supposed to sound?
Absolutely. I will agree with you 100% on that. If it sounds funny, maybe it's not time yet. Right?
Natural harmonic, and by the way, maybe you should go get some maintenance on it if in fact it never sounds normal. We never sound normal here, but we love having Kevin Lindsey of TravelCenters of America. He's the guy that's in charge of maintenance over there for this ongoing wonderful segment, Maintenance Matters. I say these things to encourage our sponsors to continue to do so. Thank you very much, Kevin. We can't wait to talk to you next week.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Tuning in from the side of the road to make sure that we're all getting the information we need. That is Kevin Lindsey. Showing up a day early to make sure we get the information we need. That is the Braz. Tech Talk with TMC coming up immediately after this. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. And don't forget, 1 hour away from rolling out the red carpet for Lindsay Lawler.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
So I am making an effort here to look up something for Robert Braswell. The coldest winter it was I ever spent was in Candlestick Park, by the way, and I'm trying to find out.
The coldest winter was the summer in Candlestick Park.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Willie McCovey. I'm not sure.
It's Willie McCovey. It's who it is.
It?
Yeah. By the way, it's Willie McCovey. Candlestick Park was infamous for being the coldest MLB park due to its notoriously strong chilly winds blowing off the bay, which inspired Willie McCovey to say, the coldest winter I ever spent was the summer in Candlestick Park. Well done. By the way, Robert Braswell is here. We can always find time to talk about baseball with the Braz. I can talk about baseball with anybody, but the Braz actually knows baseball. He knows a lot, too. He knows that it's Tech Talk time with TMC. Thank you for coming in a day early. We really appreciate it. What you got cooking this week? What's going on?
Well, we were talking about baseball, but really we were talking about the weather. And one of the reasons that we were talking about all that, because it's been pretty darn cold in a lot of the country. And this is a great topic to start with on Tech Talk with TMC, because cold weather operation and air brake systems, they don't really go together well unless you're doing proper maintenance. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. There's so many good reasons to make sure your rig has clean, dry air in its pneumatic system, most especially so your air brakes work as they should when you need them. But there are misconceptions out there about what is the right thing to do when it comes to air system maintenance and inspection. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. Air system maintenance, facts and falsehoods. And joining us on the show is Brian Screeton, who's manager of technical training and service for Bendix Commercial Vehicle Systems. Brian is an active member of the Technology and Maintenance Council and our S6 Chassis and Brake System Study Group, also our Technician and Educator Committee. He's chaired several brake-related skill stations in our TMC SuperTech National Skills Competition for many years, and we're very pleased he can join us on the program today. But before we get started, each week we always offer a special to our listeners. And this week it's our TMC Preventive Maintenance Inspection Manual for technicians. We're offering it today for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. You can get yours by calling toll-free at 1-866-821-3468. Mention RadioNemo, get it for that special price. Also, if you're an owner-operator or a small fleet, you have 100 or fewer power units, you can join the Technology and Maintenance Council for the discounted annual dues of just $150. Do that. You're going to get our 2-volume Recommended Practices Manual and many other good benefits. So please do call that same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up. And as always, we remind our listeners that any TMC recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that we don't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed in the show, those the individual, and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, hopefully he can hear us. Please welcome Brian Screeton. Good morning, Brian. Can you hear us, Brian?
No, I cannot. I can now. Yes.
There you go. Great to have you on the program. We're just doing a little introduction for you here. We're mentioning that today we're going to be talking about facts and falsehoods about air system maintenance. And you know what, with being cold winter weather, it's so imperative to make sure those air brake pneumatic systems are working up to snuff, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So let's talk about some of the parts of the air brake system first, right? You know, you have your air compressor, you've got your air dryer, you got the air lines, you got valves, you got crack pressures, you got ABS modulators. There's so many different pieces of the puzzle that you need to make sure that are operating properly, and clean, dry air is so important to all of that. But, you know, there's some misconceptions out there, and some folks say, you know, you should drain your air tanks every day. And some folks say, no, that's not the way to go. What's the right answer?
So the right answer is you should drain your tanks, but draining them every day, what that does is if you start off from a flat system every day, you know, that brings the opportunity for especially certain weather conditions, that you can saturate the desiccant in the dryer when you're building up from that. So you should drain your tanks. There's no doubt about that. But if you do it every day, you can have the opportunity to, you know, overcome the dryer and lessen its effectiveness on removing that water.
So what you're saying is that the air dryer could have a shorter service life if you're draining those tanks every day.
Yes, yeah, and affects its functionality. You know, the dryer can recover, but the desiccant in the dryers can only handle so much moisture. And if you're going from a flat system, you know, that lengthens the time that it's going through the drying cycle, and you know, at some point the cartridge will basically be at capacity, and then you're just bypassing it, and that moisture will just simply enter the system.
So if there's too much moisture, if the desiccant is getting overloaded in the system, is that going to make your air compressor work on too hard?
It can, you know, if that fosters other things, but really it just inhibits the drying capacity or the drying capability of the dryer itself. It can. You know, there's a lot of factors. You know, if it's a very humid day and you're doing this, you know, that's going to be different than a very dry day. But you know, in general, you know, draining your tanks are a recommended practice, just not every day. You know, once it depends, and a lot depends on application. You know, if you're an over-the-road tractor, you know, once a week, once every couple of weeks would be good. But if you have a higher duty cycle, like a garbage truck, you know, maybe a couple times a week, something like that.
Some of the industry recommendations are, you know, if your air dryer is functioning properly, that recommended drain interval will be even 1, 2, or 3 months, depending on what the duty cycle is. Is that about right?
Correct.
So
Application is a big thing with everything brakes, you know, as far as maintenance and how things will last and things like that.
So just talk about duty cycle for a second. So if you're a typical over-the-road operation, you know, you're not going over a lot of hills, you're down south, would that be a longer service interval or a shorter service interval?
Longer. You know, if you're line haul, you know, it's so you got to think of it, you know, in your application, how often are you hitting that brake pedal? If, you know, you're line haul, you're on the interstate a lot, you know, you're of course hitting the brakes, but that's very different than, like, let's say an inner city or a garbage truck that's hitting the brakes, you know, many times, you know, an hour versus, you know, very limited when you're on the interstate with, you know, line haul and stuff like that.
Or maybe even if you're in one of the vocational, you know, applications like construction, off-road, that kind of a thing, when you get that kind of aggregate, you know, floating around, that might get into the system. So I guess you got to be, you know, concerned about some of that too.
Correct.
So it's almost counterintuitive in a way. If you're draining your tanks every day, you're trying to make sure your air system is dry. In fact, it may not be as dry as you think because you're overloading the desiccant in your system, and therefore you're retaining more water in the system, and you're actually it's counterproductive. It seems counterintuitive, but that's the way it is. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Right. Yeah, and it really stems from, you know, the days before air dryers, when the only way you're going to get that air out, the water out, is to drain the tanks. So.
Is part of the issue maybe you're speccing the wrong air dryer if you're having problems? Is there some things that you can do up front before you even purchase the vehicle to make sure you've got the right air dryer and the right desiccant suited for the application that's intended?
Yeah, so there are different air dryers suited for different applications. Like let's say, there's different air dryers, we call them. They have more purge volume. So there's different versions of air dryers. So that basically the purge volume, the air that goes when you do purge, the dryer purges the air that goes out to clean the desiccant. There's just simply more of it, and that would be more suited to a high duty cycle. And there's also very specialized air dryers that actually have two dryers that work in tandem. One's drying, one's purging. So that's a very high duty cycle, like bulk unloading and things like that.
So it's probably a good idea if you're buying vehicles every so many years, instead of just buying the same air dryer spec you always did, think about your duty cycle for what you're doing today in terms of as opposed to what you were hauling, let's say 5-10 years ago, because whatever you were doing 10-15 years ago may not be suitable now. It's always good to work with your vendor to make sure you're using the right specification for your intended application. That seems to be the message when it comes to this.
Yeah, and even some vehicles in their second life, they do a completely different vocation or application, and it may be that you have to make some modifications. Put a different air dryer on it for what the truck is being asked to do. Now, if it's changed.
Yeah, that's a good point. You might be buying in the secondary market, and let's say you're in the vocational, but you bought an over-the-road truck for whatever reason. Yeah, that might not be the right air dryer for your intended application. That's a good point, and I'm sure your local dealer will help you with that when it comes time to put that thing into your first in-service after you've acquired that unit.
Yeah, and there's resources online like at bendix.com. We have worksheets that help work that out as well.
And TMC's got recommended practices on air pneumatic systems too. We can help you out with that as well. tmc.trucking.org. You can always go there and get more information. Let's move on to another topic, and this is pretty controversial. We get this a lot at the Technology and Maintenance Council. When it comes to cold weather like this, and right here in the DC area, it's about 26 degrees this morning. Pretty cold. It means it's below freezing. The potential, if you have moisture in the pneumatic system, it could freeze. And if that happens, this is the age-old question. Should we use airline antifreeze or shouldn't we?
So airline antifreeze is kind of it's an after the problem's already there solution. I always say that proper maintenance per your application is the way to avoid even having the thought of putting air brake antifreeze in. Because air brake antifreeze is a contaminant. It will not remove the water, but it'll change the freezing point of that water in there, and it will free things up. But the downside is, antifreeze is basically alcohol, and that is not good for valves with O-rings and lubricants in them, and it does affect their performance down the road. It can.
So then the bottom line is you probably shouldn't be using alcohol-based antifreeze for your pneumatic system, and it's not even necessary if you're doing the proper maintenance. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, exactly. So if you ever get in a situation where you need to use that product, you really should take a look at your maintenance program, your maintenance cycle. Maybe it needs to be accelerated a bit.
So what's some of the risk that the alcohol poses to the internal components of the pneumatic system?
One of the big things is, when we, like in a relay valve, if we wash the lubricant off and we attack that rubber O-rings inside there, getting kind of into the details, crack pressure can go up, and that can also lead to uneven brake wear, cause timing issues, things like that. Things that you wouldn't think it can cause, but down the road, it can definitely hinder the performance of some valves that are pretty precise and need to work properly to properly stop that vehicle.
So let's just say that the weather conditions are expected to be below freezing. It's the end of my run. Are there some tips you can offer drivers as to what you can do so that you can prevent problems in the morning?
Yeah, you know, you don't have to necessarily drain your tanks, but you may just pop the petcock open and see if you see any water in there. If you see, I'm not doing a full drain, but if you see a bunch of water come out, well, you know, that's a red flag. Of course, you need to get rid of it, but you also need to report that to maintenance, or if you're maintaining your own vehicles, you need to rethink, okay, if I'm changing my cartridge annually based on my application, maybe I have seen fleets where they have to change them every 6 months, just based on the amount of air they're running through the system. So that's a good barometer. You know, just crack that petcock, see if you're seeing air come out or water come out, and if you are, especially a significant amount, you may need to rethink things.
What about fanning the air brake system down to just below the system cutting pressure?
Well, that's a good point, Robert. So, you know, if there's water in the system, you want the system to be in the loaded mode. And what you brought up, you fan the brakes down just below cut-in of the compressor. And that means that in the morning when you start up, if there is ice buildup, the compressor will be in the mode to start pumping and fill the air system. If you're in the unloaded mode and things are iced up, it won't build air at all. So that's a good point.
And that's a great tip, and that'll help you out in cold weather climates, so you won't have some of these issues that we've been talking about. You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Brian Screeton here with Bendix Commercial Vehicle Systems. We're talking about air system maintenance, facts and falsehoods. Brian, let's move on to contamination. It seems like contamination is one of the big issues that fleet maintenance folks wrestle with when it comes to the integrity of their pneumatic systems. Let's talk about some of the things that you have to worry about when it comes to contamination. What are some of the things you can be proactive about to minimize the chance of having that contamination in the first place?
So, especially with tractors, you know, and trailers, the big thing is to the couplings, the glad hands, to keep those connections closed when they're not connected to a tractor or trailer. There's various products out there that ensure that, but you know, the biggest thing is to park those when they're not in use. Most all dollies and tractors have a place to put those glad hands to close them off to minimize contaminants from entering in there. You know, I've seen, you know, especially dollies, you know, they'll be sitting along the interstate and you see the glad hands sitting on the top of them up, you know, and it's raining and all that water is just getting right into that into that glad hand. So that's a big one right there.
Yeah, and of course, if you've got an air compressor and it has you know, oil entering into the pneumatic system, you got to worry about that kind of stuff too, right?
Yes, yeah. You know, when you do drain the tanks, we've talked a lot about water, but you also should be aware if you see a lot of oil or excessive amount. Now, keep in mind that all air compressors do pass some oil. That oil typically is taken out of the system with the air dryer, but it's not uncommon to see a little bit of oil. But anything excessive, you need to look at the compressor may be running too much. You know, various reasons why that may happen. You know, a big one is the discharge line is leaking, which sounds like it's easy enough to find, but if the discharge line is leaking, you're only going to hear it when the engine's running, and it's only going to be doing that when the engine's running. It's very hard to hear something like that. So any excessive amount of oil that's seen in the tanks, you need to do a little bit of troubleshooting to figure out maybe what's causing it.
The glad hand seals are so important too. Even if you do everything right, you keep them closed like you're supposed to. If the seals wear, and they do, you need to make sure you have a backup seal to replace it so that you don't have that contamination, you know, entered into the system. I know a frequent guest on Tech Talk with TMC is Todd Coutier. You know who he is. He's been in the industry for many years, and he's got this tip he always offers. It says, you know, if the seal looks like it's worn out, take it out, pop it out, flip it around. It's going to be just fine on the other side if you haven't already flipped it over one time, and that'll get you down the road for quite some time.
Yep. That's always you know, if you're running a tractor, you should always have some of those spares as well. But if you don't, that's a good tip. You're right.
So here's another thing that people ought to know that are listening to the program when it comes to glad hand seals, right? So those front glad hand seals, they're supposed to be vented to atmosphere, aren't they?
Yeah, you don't want to. There should be especially when you park them, there should be a hole that allows the valve to breathe. You don't want to have a circumstance where you have false parking, air trapped in the pressure line of the trailer service line. So you don't want to have an unintentional release of the brake. So yes, we want that connection closed, but we need to have some way of venting any air to atmosphere so we don't inadvertently release the brakes when they shouldn't be.
Absolutely great tip. We were talking about, major sources of brake contamination, but, some of these others that you don't think about as top of the list, I think would be like, for example, analog braking system modulators. There could be rust or contamination in those modulators, right? Because the air tanks could rust internally. What can you do about that?
Yeah, so there has been over the years, the steel tanks, they may look pristine on the outside, but they're rusting on the inside. And that's another thing to look for when you drain the tank. I remember in my days when I was a technician, I've drained a few tanks, and then they'll drain like they should, and all of a sudden it gets almost like plugged up. And most of the time what that is rust inside, trying to migrate out, and it starts to clog that drain cock. So when you drain your tanks, you look for rusty water or actual rust pieces coming out. And once that happens, you really got no more. The only other recourse is to replace that tank, because that migrates to downstream into the valves. And a lot of the valves, like a relay valve, there's a seat inside there, and if rust gets between that seat and the casting of the valve, that valve will leak, won't perform correctly. So when that rust migrates down into the air system, it can make modulators, like you mentioned, malfunction, and pretty much any valve that has a moving part downstream will suffer.
This is a little bit off topic, but I'm thinking about, say rusted tanks. I'm thinking about, like, if you grew up on a farm, you had to deal with farm gasoline tanks, or if you dealt with a motorcycle gasoline tank. Boy, it looked great on the outside, but inside they're all rusted. You got to go get your clean bag of gravel and put it in there and shake it around and take all that rust out of there and get some of that cream that they have for motorcycle tanks and coat the inside of that tank. Not really something that you do with an air tank, but it just reminds me of that. It sends home the message, though. It's not how it looks on the outside. It's on the inside that counts.
Correct.
What about the tractor protection valve? So important. And that's something, too, that can, have catastrophic failures if there's contaminants.
Yeah, so the tractor protection valve, its job is to protect the tractor if there was a failure downstream in the trailer. So, you got to think of the tractor protection valve. It's the actual switched component that closes that connection from the tractor to the trailer if there's a leak downstream. So if it's not functioning correctly and you were to happen to get in a situation where you do have that, massive air leak, the airlines going from the tractor to the trailer, or, something down in the trailer air system itself, it can't do that, and then you could lose the entire air system because of that. So, there is checks that you can do for the tractor protection valve, which should be part of a maintenance cycle just to make sure it's working properly. But it's so important for that emergency situation so the tractor does not lose all its air pressure.
Yeah, today's offer, the Preventive Maintenance Inspection Manual for Technicians, covers some of those items. And it's a really good resource to have. Let's talk a little bit now about proper and improper repairs, because you can get contamination because of that. It's not necessarily your operating environment. It's what you're doing as a technician in trying to make a repair, but you think you're doing the right thing and you're really not. And one of the things we hear a lot is that, well, hey, what about some of that Teflon tape? We can put that onto, the more the better, right?
No, not necessarily. I've seen a lot of valves over the years that they're not working properly, and guess what? It's got Teflon tape. internally in the valve, and it's preventing the valve from operating and sealing correctly. Most of the time I recommend using the liquid, but even at that, a little dab will do you. You don't need to, put a gallon of it in there to seal it up. So an excessive amount of any kind of sealant is not a good idea because it can migrate internally into the valve and cause problems.
So the bottom line is maybe use a liquid sealant. Don't use the Teflon tape. And if you are going to use the liquid sealant, it's that Goldilocks principle. Not too much, not too little, just about right.
Correct.
If you are applying the sealant, is there a particular way you should do it? I mean, should you put it along all of the threads, part of the threads, in the middle of what's the guideline for that?
I always recommend, putting it on the leading edge of the fitting you're putting in there. And then when you install the fitting, it's going to migrate up as you put it in as well, to get the rest of the threads on there.
I thought reminded of the days of working on cars back when they were carburetors. Boy, if you put a little Teflon tape on that fuel line going into the 4-barrel, boy, that sure can stop up your your jets real quick if you're a little bit overzealous in how much of that white tape you put on there. I've been there, done that in my early days. So good idea. Don't use too much. Don't use Teflon tape at all if you can help it. Use a liquid sealant and try to just do it. Put just enough sealant to create that small ring around the threads, hopefully just at the end of the fitting, and that should take care of the issue. You'll be doing just fine with that. We're nearing the end of the segment here. Boy, it's flown by, Brian. Any final recommendations for the listening audience about your air system maintenance, what you should do as the winter progresses? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the biggest thing I can say is, and what I see the most of is, changing that cartridge. The air dryer, that's its job, is to remove those contaminants, water and particulates. But to perform it well, it needs to have the air dryer maintained per the application. There's a lot of rules of thumb, but if you're seeing contamination in your tanks and you're doing basically what you think per the industry, your application may require a little bit more. So, and always follow the guidelines of your OE. There might be minimum for warranty or coverage and things like that on changing that cartridge. But, air dryer maintenance, that's one of the biggest things I see that's laxed in the industry myself.
We're just a couple months away from the Technology Maintenance Council's 2026 annual meeting. One of the topics we're going to be doing in our task force day at the S6 Chassis and Brake Systems Study Group is an update of TMC Recommended Practice 619B that deals with air system inspection procedure. Covers a lot of what we're talking about here. Brian, you're probably going to be working on that one, I think. That'll be working on that. Hopefully we'll be balloting a new version of that probably later on this year. But that's a great resource for folks to use as a basis for a program to do your preventive maintenance on your air system. Any particular preventive maintenance tips you would like to highlight before we have to sign off on the segment?
Drain, like we talked about, drain your tanks, per your application, not every day, per your application. When you do your inspections, you look for things like too much oil around a valve, exhaust port, a valve leaking, when it obviously shouldn't be. That can be a sign of maintenance issues and things like that. So just good inspections. When you do your brake inspections, you visually and listening for things as well.
And we're listening for the sign-off, Bing. We're ready to go to the end of the segment. Thank you so much, Brian, for joining us on Tech Talk with TMC. Look forward to seeing you in Nashville in a couple months and hopefully have you on the show again real soon. And with that, we're going to turn it back over to Jimmy Mack in the studios in New Orleans.
Hey, Robert, well done as always. And by the way, it tied in so nicely to, with you coming in on a Tuesday to have you following Kevin Lindsay talking about turning the engine over, and you guys talking about how to kind of, do the maintenance on the as you get further on down the road to make sure that you can come to a complete stop. Well done. What you got on the docket for next week, my friend?
Next week, Roger May from Comment's going to join us to talk about wheel end maintenance on Tech Talk with TMC. Regular time Wednesday, 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
Stay warm, my friend, and be well. Do good work.
You too. Thank you very much.
Robert Braswell, as always, manages to make time even when his schedule is busy. Guys, by the way, check your feet. We're going to be doing that in the next segment. Highway to Health. Today really is a maintenance day. Maintenance of both the engine, maintenance of both turning it over, maintenance of those brakes, and maintenance of the things that actually get you where you're going on your body.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Time to switch into the other kind of maintenance with Highway to Health with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Before we get to that, I want to remind people that immediately after Lindsay Lawler joins us, she's talking country and western music at the end, as she always does on this terrific Tuesday here at Road Gang Radio. She'll be immediately followed, her and I, with our good friends from Trucking with OOIDA. Every now and then an idea comes along that makes you wonder why it isn't already being done. The Congressional Trucking Caucus is a prime example. That's an idea taking shape as we speak, bringing together lawmakers on a regular basis to talk over trucking issues and to take action. By the way, Representative David Taylor of Ohio is working on both sides of the aisle to spearhead that caucus. He'll be joining Trucking with OOIDA to discuss how the idea came about, how it's going to work, and how you can help shape the steps the caucus takes. Plus, they're going to be recapping a busy 2025 with Todd Spencer, Louis Pew Pew Pew, and Andrew King of OOIDA, and look ahead to what the association plans to accomplish in 2026. Scott Thompson and Ashley are going to be here for Trucking with OOIDA. Diabetes, plantar fasciitis, tendinitis are all very common ailments that truckers suffer and are all worth talking about with Dr. Elizabeth Daughtry. She obtained her bachelor's degree in biological science, majoring in biology with minors in chemistry and psychology from Meredith College in Raleigh, North Carolina. She pursued her passion for medicine by attending Temple University School of Pediatric Medicine in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where she received her doctorate. Upon completion of her postgraduate studies, Dr. Daughtry attended one of the largest and well-recognized podiatry residencies in the Mid-Atlantic region, MedStar Washington Hospital Center and MedStar Georgetown University, for a comprehensive 3-year surgical residency in foot and ankle surgery. She received excellent training, and it's why we have her on today as an expert in the field. We are pleased, by the way, to welcome the Executive Board Immediate Past President of the North Carolina Foot and Ankle Society, APMA Delegate, NCFAS 2025 Forbes Health Advisory Board Member, Dr. Elizabeth Daughtry. Good morning to you. Thank you for making the time for Road Gang Radio. How are you?
I'm excellent. I hope you are.
By the way, I've been looking forward to this conversation both for our listeners and myself as a guy who has, drifted into his 50s. And by the way, I'm closer to 60 than I am to 50. I do a lot of power walking on a regular basis, and so any conversation about taking care of the things that allow me to power walk and allow our drivers to get their job done is well worth having. Talk about your passion for feet a little bit here, because in order to kind of do this kind of work, you have to have a deep kind of, I guess, empathy for the folks who actually often struggle with foot problems.
Absolutely. I got into podiatry when I started looking into going into medical school, and my father had been diagnosed with diabetes, and I wanted to be able to take care of him. And also feet, there you have to have an acquired taste for feet. But feet don't bother me. There are other areas of the body that is a little bit worse. But the good thing about feet though is it keeps you walking, keeps you going, and everyone's on them all the time. So I had a really good job, security going into this profession. So.
Yeah, and the other thing is, feet don't fail me now, but they often do fail people. There are people who, the worst thing in the world that ends up happening, you get to the end of the day. I remember when I used to work as a kitchen manager, there was nothing worse, doctor, than lying in bed and not being able to sleep for a good hour until I finally went out from exhaustion because my feet hurt so bad. And that's the first time I explored the idea of actually maybe caring about what I wear from a shoe perspective. And I'm going to put that in the back of your brain because one of the things we were talking about earlier on, today's our maintenance day, both for the truck and the body. And one of the things that truckers know to do is a pre-trip inspection. Because what you do is by doing that on a regular basis, you catch things before they've gone too far. From what I understand and from your notes, you suggest that one of the biggest mistakes people make is they kind of blow off things that are wrong with their feet until it's really a serious problem. How do we get people to do a pre-trip of their feet in the same way they would do a pre-trip of their truck before they actually hit the day?
Well, I tell you, especially for truckers, your feet are important because that's part of what you use to do the job, right? So, checking your feet is all about prevention. A lot of times we forget about our feet until we have a problem or we have pain, but it's all about being proactive and being into avoiding issues and avoiding pain in general.
Okay, so can you kind of give me a good kind of process to kind of about what little things you can catch early so that you're not, and by the way, as you point out, catching stuff early might also be a tip that you're on your way to becoming a diabetic. It could also be a tip that you're on your way to having like a serious walking problem, something that begins very, very small. So what are you looking for when you start to look at your feet? Even when you're fine, your feet are fine, it's okay, everything's good. But you want to take a look and see what you're looking for. What should people kind of put their eyes on?
You want to look for anything that might be different. That's one of the reasons why prevention is important. You want to check your feet and have a good baseline as to what you anticipate as being your normal. So that when you do start having different symptoms or problems, then you can recognize them and jump on them pretty quickly.
Okay.
One of the things that you want to look for is like dry skin.
That makes a lot of sense, actually, and that's something else too. The idea that what can dry skin actually be a symptom of, and do you have a recommended sort of lotion, or how much lotion we should put on, or what kind of product should kind of live on our feet before we put our socks and our boots on, kind of to start the workday?
That's a great point. I actually tell patients that's a great way to check your feet daily is just put some moisturizing cream on. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. It does not have to be prescription strength. Just some regular moisturizing cream, more so than a lotion, because cream will help replenish the moisture that's lost. If you're wearing boots and your feet sweat a lot, that dries your skin out. And so that's a great way to check your feet daily is to put moisturizing cream on and then put on your socks and shoes so that you can kind of help maintain your skin and avoid any potential issues, because if skin gets too dry, it can crack, especially around the heels. And I can't imagine trying to drive a truck with a sore heel.
So let me take me kind of through this, by the way. So let's talk about end games of bad choices. So your feet dry out, you don't moisturize them, your skin cracks. As your skin begins to crack, particularly at your heel, are there really bad end games in regards to this? Like, what is like the worst case scenario for not taking care of a situation like that? Because I want to talk about blisters in a second.
Right. So if you don't take care of them and they start cracking, they'll bleed. Small cracks in your heel kind of feel like little paper cuts. So you're walking on a bunch of little paper cuts. And if the cracks get big enough, or if you're not taking care of your skin and being good about hygiene, then you can easily get a bacterial infection, which can lead to abscesses and gross things.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, in many ways, I think part of the thing is that people often, with the same way with teeth, is that they begin to say, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. That's disgusting. I don't want to think about it. And then, of course, it's like also getting people used to the idea that if you go see a podiatrist, they're used to looking at feet, and they've probably seen worse than yours. So get your butt over there and get it kind of checked out. Of course, ultimately, what we want to do is have our feet in a position where that's not happening. But I wanted to ask the same question with blisters. So when blisters occur, is it the same process? The idea that if we're simply doing the proper, what we would call, putting stuff on your skin and then putting the lotion on to hold the moisture in, is that enough to prevent blisters, or are there other steps that people should take?
So blister prevention can be a tricky thing, because if your shoes are too big or too small, they're going to rub and cause friction, and that can lead to blisters. But moisturizing them does help keep the dry skin down to the point where, you don't get a friction blister either.
All right, so you brought up the idea of shoes too, and of course there's the obvious thing. If the shoes feel too tight, don't buy them. If they feel too loose, don't buy them. But how do we go about the business? A lot of people, often are on a very limited budget. But I know people that like buy very, very cheap clothes and are fine with that, and maintain a good shape and all that kind of stuff. But they also go kind of cheap on the shoes as well too. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I know some other people, by the way, who are willing to invest a little bit more money in shoes than almost anything else because they understand the importance of their feet. How do we go about the business of picking out really good shoes? And by the way, as far as I know, the good doctor is not a spokesman for anybody here, so you are more than welcome to make brand recommendations of any sort if you would like. But how do you go about the business of figuring out what shoes are right for you?
So it all comes down to the fact of how it feels on your feet. People come to me all the time asking for recommendations of a specific shoe, but the problem is everyone's feet are different. So I usually just tell people, go to the store, try them on. Even if you don't buy them in the store per se and you look online later, at least you know, hey, brand A is what works for me and my feet. And when you try them on, you want to get up and you want to walk around. You don't just put them on and be like, oh, yeah, they look nice. Or you walk around a time or two and, yep, these are it. Usually when you get home, and you wear them for a little bit, they start causing you problems. If you have to break a shoe in, then the shoe is not going to work for you.
Okay, that was my next question, and that's really, really helpful. So if you're walking around and you tell yourself, oh, don't worry, I'll just walk around in these for a couple of days and then they'll finally get to where they need to be, you should avoid that. That is an avoidable problem, that the shoes should feel good when you first put them on, is what look, I understand that they're going to feel a little bit stiff because they're shoes, but what you're basically saying is if they're not initially comfortable, they ain't never going to be. Is that what I'm hearing right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I wanted to also, this is on another level because I've seen videos of this and it makes me crazy. Talk to me a little bit about the fungus and the kind of growth that happen on toes and on toenails and all of that kind of stuff, and what steps can be taken when people begin to see that, because it isn't just a matter of going into the shower and scraping it off, is it?
Correct. Fungus is a opportunistic organism that loves to live on dead skin. That's why it likes our feet. So that's where moisturizing comes into play. You don't want to over-moisturize, though, because then it makes it too wet. And then your feet sweat, and that can make for too moist of an environment. And between the toes especially, that's where fungus likes to hide. So it's all about prevention. If you do suspect that you have fungus, either like a dry, itchy rash on your feet or thick, yellow, discolored, painful toenails, then you need to see your local podiatrist so that you can get that checked out and treated before it progresses.
All right. I got a couple of questions here because at the top we talked about making mention of diabetes and plantar fasciitis and tendinitis. Can, in fact, your feet, from what we would call not an amateur, but you're not a doctor, you're looking at your feet, can your feet then become if by the time you see the symptoms of diabetes in your feet, is it too late? Is it really progressed, or are there ways of telling from your feet that, hey, maybe something might be wrong with the rest of me? What is the impact, and why does diabetes have such an impact on feet that it doesn't have on other parts of the body, at least in terms of visibly?
Okay. So diabetes shows up in the feet there's different signs that we look for when we examine a diabetic's foot. One of the first things is extra dry skin, something abnormal, a decrease in your hair growth. That's another sign that to be concerned with. And you may not necessarily have diabetes, but these are things that, you can look for that you want to make sure, hey, or even some like burning, tingling, numbness, so you can tell your medical doctor so they can do the appropriate blood work to screen for diabetes, especially if you're starting to have numbness or tingling in your feet, because that's one of the first signs that something can be going on with your feet. And with your feet in general, the reason that diabetes attacks it most commonly affects the feet, the eyes, and the kidneys because of the tiny arteries and blood vessels and nerves going to those three areas. And so they're the most at risk of having disease attack it.
Okay. So I'm a lifelong New Orleans Saints fan, and for 16 glorious years, we had the services of Drew Brees. And towards the end, as he got a little bit older, little ailments would pop up. And one of the most extended periods of him not being for the Saints was plantar fasciitis. Can you talk about what that is, kind of define that for us, how it is preventable, and what to do when it happens?
So plantar fasciitis is probably the most common thing I see in a day. It's extremely common because it has to do with the very strong ligament that attaches to your heel bone, goes out to the ball of the foot, and gives you arch support. Part of its job is for shock absorption. The other part is to support the arch. Gravity and body weight are going to pull on that ligament and cause extra work on it if your foot is not supported adequately. So if you lack the proper arch support, then the ligament becomes inflamed and irritated and overworked.
How does it happen? Does it happen just from, in regards, with a football player, it's a little bit more obvious, but like, for instance, with a truck driver, how does it happen? And of course, by simply saying your simple description of what it is, every single truck driver went, oh my God, I hope that never happens to me, because that could make driving, for 8 uninterrupted hours kind of a really kind of joyful experience. You can smell the burnt embers of sarcasm coming out of my voice right now. But talk about that. How does it happen?
So some people, it's a gradual thing. Other people, it's instantaneous. It depends on the activity and the shoes that you're wearing to do that activity. Treating plantar fasciitis in truckers is really hard. I've had a few over the years that have been a little bit more difficult to treat because what you do every day is like the worst thing for plantar fasciitis. You're kind of up and down, you're sitting for a long extended time period, then you have to stop and get out and get up and on your feet. When you're off your foot, that ligament relaxes back, but it tightens up. And then your foot is in that one solid position. And so it really tires your feet out. And so when you get up and get out of the truck and go up and down the steps, then that is pulling constantly on that plantar structure and can easily aggravate it.
All right, and this is the final kind of follow-up question to it, because so much of what we talk about here is not just treatment, but maintenance as well. It seems to me that exercise, and everything else seems like it makes perfect sense. Feet ultimately are like an engine in the way that it's like they're going to wear down. You walk on them all the time. They're going to wear down. But you also want to keep moving, because if you don't, you're going to wear down. So talk to me a little bit about how exercise can actually help strengthen that. Is it possible to let exercise strengthen that? And when it does, in fact, happen, what the recovery period looks like and how one goes about taking care of this, so that, the sudden instantaneous stuff is usually due to injury and sometimes can't be avoided, but how to prevent that gradual deterioration that you alluded to earlier.
It's all about stretching exercises. You want to be proactive and do different stretching exercises, kind of like what I call like the runner stretch, where you stretch out your leg in the back and just lean forward against a wall, or even, pulling up on your foot with a towel or a belt, just to kind of stretch your back of your leg and your foot in general, just to kind of help with the circulation, help keep those soft tissue structures stretched out, because that's what happens as we age and we use our body and we use and abuse it. The football player in your example earlier, they do it faster than the average person, but they kind of age themselves faster. But in general, most people don't realize that the collagen that makes up that soft tissue structure, we don't generate anymore, and so we lose that flexibility or that bounce. So it's all about being exercising and stretching to keep things more buoyant, so that you don't overuse it, and also keep making sure that the arch support and your shoes are updated regularly. That's why buying cheaper shoes is not as better for you, because they wear down faster because of the cheaper materials.
Yeah, and by the way, that is such a good point too, that people don't understand that often cheaper shoes on first blush, first wear, are fine. But it's because of the cheaper materials and the substandard kind of quality of the make is that they wear out faster. And if you're willing to kind of get rid of, that's the other thing too I wanted to bring up, getting rid of shoes. How often, like I said, it's so interesting. These people don't take care of themselves in the way they take care of their trucks, Doctor, which is just nuts to me. We change tires when we're supposed to. We go with the OEM recommendations. We change all the things we should be changing in regards to the stuff that rolls us down the highway. We don't always change our shoes soon enough. How do we go about the business of determining changing our shoes?
So shoes are just like tires on your truck. The treads on the bottom will wear down. If you pick up the bottom and look at the bottom of your shoes and you see some wear and tear, if the sole is lifting any, if there's spots on the bottom where things are worn down, then those shoes have met their final days. And you can actually pull, most shoes, you can remove the insole that comes in the shoe. And if you pull it out and look at it, you can see the indentation of your foot structure on that insole. And if you can see the indentation and there's holes wearing in it, then it is definitely past its prime. But in general, we tell people 500 miles on your shoes. Well, in truckers' cases, obviously you're not logging those miles unless you, on your brakes, get out and start doing laps. But it's more of a time that I tell people that have a more sedentary job. I tell them, mark your calendar when you get a new pair of shoes, and about 6 months to a year, that's when you want to check in on your shoes and see where they're at.
Yeah, because it just seems to me that one of the things that people often, like I said, don't think about, because they'll find a comfortable pair of shoes and slip in and out of them. That's the other question. Mr. Rogers, when he would come home at the beginning of the show, we watch him take off the shoes that he did the workday in and then slip into something else. Are there strategies, and is that actually a good strategy of one of the best ways not to wear out a shoe is to not wear it all the time? Do you recommend like slippers? Do you also recommend when you change environments to, and I'm not talking about I'm going to go hiking, therefore I won't wear my Oxfords. I get that. But do you recommend rotating shoes over the course of the day? Is that something that actually is productive?
It can be, depending on the shoe. I usually do recommend what I call house shoes, some type of slip-on shoe that has some arch support. That's better for you than going barefoot around the house. I'm just like everybody else. When I get home, my feet are tired, even though I wear good shoes and I wear orthotics or arch supports in my shoes throughout the day. It's just the fact of having something on your feet for 8-10 hours a day. So it's nice to change it out, let them breathe and go into something a little bit different, but still has that good support.
By the way, I took myself totally into the weeds. It's on me, Doctor. You didn't, Dr. Daughtry actually didn't do this. I did this to all of us here. I want to talk about tendinitis now as well, too, because this is something that I actually do know from talking to drivers that many of them suffer from. Tell us, give us the overview on that, but also talk to us, because I have another question about stretching I want to get to, but talk to us about tendinitis.
So tendinitis is very similar to plantar fasciitis, except for tendons are the cord that attaches your muscles to bones and helps move joints. And because they cross the ankle joint, and especially in truckers with your foot bending up and down constantly, moving from accelerated to brake, those tendons can get overworked very easily. And so stretching is one of those things. Again, the foundation of what they're made from is that collagen. So if you're not using it, it's going to tighten up. And once it's tight, it's really hard to get a tight tendon to stretch all the way back out.
Dr. Daughtry joins us this morning. Has been with Dave before on Highway to Health, and it's a good chance to kind of get check back in and get reacquainted here as well. We talked about stretching as well, and the idea of with the plantar fasciitis and the tendinitis. That's a really crucial thing. And I wanted to ask as well too in regards to circulation. Is stretching a catch-all, meaning that, of course, we know that for either recovery or a preventative thing, stretching can be really important. But is stretching also enough to take care of the circulation down there? Because a lot of people, and I don't know this is why I'm asking this, is a sedentary lifestyle, does that actually degrade the flow of blood to your feet? That by not moving, by not walking, by not stretching, is it causing any sort of lack of blood flow as well?
Absolutely. A body at rest stays at rest. You got to keep moving. Even if you're just physically bending your foot up and down, that does help with circulation. I usually recommend people that have a sedentary job or a job where they're standing constantly, they should really wear compression socks because that helps fight gravity. If you're sitting and your feet are down, not propped up, then gravity is pulling and it's fighting the blood flow going back up to your heart. So if you don't get up routinely and take a break, I usually recommend about every 45 minutes to an hour you get up and you walk around. That's why these watch apps, remind you, hey, it's time to get moving. And that's why, because if you don't, then it will cause issues down the road with your circulation. You'll get varicose veins and have pain and like you were mentioning earlier, having trouble falling asleep at night because my legs just hurt and ache. That's what it is. It's letting you know that you haven't been exercising your legs enough and getting that blood flow going.
And by the way, it's the final question only because we're going to run out of time here. And I'm actually so pleased to meet you. I know that you and Dave have talked on a number of occasions over the years. I want people to go to apma.org. You can find them on Instagram at official APMA. Same over on LinkedIn and on YouTube. It is the APMA. Same on Facebook, by the way, and on the X, formerly known as Twitter, APMA. Please check out their information. What I'm kind of curious about in regards to the overall thing with your feet, is there anything in your experience that might seem odd or strange that you can do that really will help your feet, where even you were like, well, wow, that's kind of wonderful? Is there anything that we can do in regards to mini exercises or mini sort of looks that will give us like a little more benefit than we thought?
There's something called a towel crunch. So if you take a towel and lay it on the floor and take your toes and kind of scrunch around with the towel, that is a great way to exercise your feet. I'm all about support. You want to give your foot extra support and arch support throughout the day. But the muscles, the tiny muscles that control the motion of our toes, they get used to not bending because of that arch support, and so they can get weak. That's why a lot of people do yoga and Pilates so that they can keep things stretched out. And it's a nice balance between giving it that support, but also stretching things.
Doctor, I can't thank you enough for making time for us. I can't believe how fast all of this went by the way. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for always being here when we need you. Dr. Elizabeth Daughtry has joined us this morning, the Executive Board Immediate Past President, North Carolina Foot and Ankle Society, APMA Delegate, NCFSASS, 2025 Forbes Health Advisory Board Member. Can't thank you enough. Happy feet, happy life. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Best of days. Roll out that red carpet, Dre. Change those images over because, man, get busy. Lawler is coming.
Woo!
Lots of
Many
exciting
thoughts.
stuff is
I
coming,
have
man.
so
Big changes
many
happening
thoughts.
around here. Can't wait to
I
dig
have
into
so
all the
many
wonderful
thoughts.
things coming your way in this new year for Road Gang Radio. We're back, larger than life, and I'm twice as ugly. Lindsay's twice as wonderful.
I have so many thoughts.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Can't stop us from rolling. That's kind of a fat joke, actually, because I do more of a roll than a walk.
Cinnamon roll.
Is that what she meant?
Cinnamon roll, more like that, by the way.
Cinnamon roll.
It's king cake season here. By the way, it never ends in this darn city over here in New Orleans, Lindsay. And the thing is, as Drake can tell you,
living in New Orleans.
there ain't one king cake. That's the other problem too. There is like Manny Randazzo's, his ex-wife's king cake place, the Vietnamese bakery out in the east, Mackenzie's original brioche, and all the other kind of French pastries and bakeries all around the city that make their own version of king cake.
Too much.
It's too much,
one might say.
So yeah, people justify it by saying, "Well, we got to try all of them." I mean, you remember we had Tara Gray in, Brad's friend from the Crew of Muses. That maniac tries every single one, and I literally have got
and
to.
And is also very fit. She's banging too.
Oh, she's banging, dude. Oh, yeah, it's like, that's living an active, vibrant lifestyle. My mom gets angry at me sometimes for that. She'll be like, "Yeah, he comes in here, he eats all this crap, and then he goes for a power walk." I'm like, "Mom, I'm just holding it off, dude. I'm not in shape. I'm just not donut induced quite just yet." Good God Almighty. Good morning to you, Lindsay Lawler, over in Franklin, Tennessee, over in the holla. We should write.
So many thoughts.
Sense the passive aggressiveness in my sigh.
I just sense aggressiveness.
So since the overly aggressiveness in my sigh, I've got a bone to pick with the beginning of today's show.
Go on.
Continue.
So Chowda, first caller of the day, Yes, I was listening, and he shouted out everybody in the whole camp, including Tara and Claire, and he said, I think I got everybody right. Didn't say Lindsay. Y'all even said right.
Oh, we weren't listening to him. He just said right, and we went right.
Yeah. That's how we do Chowder. That's how we let him come on.
Tara, Claire, some other callers, the general manager that doesn't even work here anymore.
Got them all. Got them all.
Everyone but me.
Hey, he just talks at us. We don't really listen.
We don't listen, dude.
Yeah.
We don't
Whatever.
Listen. We weren't.
Hey, you matter, man. All right.
Like it. It doesn't feel like it. Is all I'm trying.
Your
to
face
say.
is on the screen right now.
Yeah, because I put it there.
Touche.
I'm actually going to say before we move on from this topic.
Thank you, Seamus. Seamus cares about me. He brought me coffee. Somebody cares about me.
You got a caller that's calling in to tell you how much he cares about you?
Let me just say this as well, too. I want to point out that there is a whole space before we actually go back on with any guest that we have where I make a point of mentioning Lindsay Lawler at least
That's
2 or
fine,
3
but
times.
Yeah, but like if it doesn't.
Chowder,
Okay.
call back. Call back, Chowder.
Anywho.
You have some apologizing to do.
The other thing. No,
Go
I'm not
on.
really mad about that, except I am. I will carry it to my grave, but it's fine. It's fine. What I also love, the world record, the Guinness, the woman who did the sky surfing situation, which is mind blowing, of course. But what it made me think about, I was watching with Freya this weekend. We had on some of the Olympic trials, whatever, and she was watching the ice skating. And for a moment, I looked over, and her jaw was kind of dropped watching it. And it was such a cool moment for me because it was a great teaching moment as a parent to be like, yes, your jaw should be dropped right now. These people are flipping phenomenal. Like, to be in the Olympic, I wanted her to understand the magnitude of what it took, what it takes to be in the Olympics. And I'm like, we're going to sit here and watch things that blow your mind through the Olympic season. And I want your mind to be blown, because in that moment, my mind was blown as well. Like, watching it through her and then channeling it back to me and being like, these people are so extraordinary. And we all have the ability to be that extraordinary in whatever it is, if it lights you up and you're passionate about it. I mean, to make it to the Olympics, obviously, whatever you're doing, you have to be obsessed with it. Obviously, you have to live and breathe it, which in and of itself is such a superpower, to get so into something that you almost to a fault focus on.
Monofocus.
Yeah, and anyway, it's a reminder, because, the other thing is other people watch the Olympics. Douchey von Duschersteins watch the Olympics sometimes and are like, well, I could do that. No, you can't. You literally can't. You cannot. If you're not at the Olympics, it's because you're not supposed to be there. And I just want to bring some awe and wonder back to anything you watch, and don't do, not passively, but to be like watching football. I watch football and I'm like, those guys are freaking superheroes. Literal, like superheroes.
The Texans' defense last night was one of the most extraordinary
Good God
things I've ever
Almighty.
seen in my life, dude. That defense was suffocating. I mean, one of the great things that has happened over the last 5 years in football is that defense has made a ferocious comeback, because all of these college teams figured out, if I'm going to stop this wild kind of world of like high flying football, people like Patrick Mahomes and all that stuff, I need to get the biggest, fastest human beings I possibly can and just turn them loose. And Lindsay, I have to tell you, man, watching that last night, I kept thinking, oh my God, these people literally could run you over. Literally. If they started running at you, even if you were braced for it, even if you were like holding the line and in pretty decent shape, they would literally incinerate you. They are literally superheroes.
Yeah, superheroes.
They're it's a different category entirely, and you realize how much of these men and these women athletes' life is, you're right, spent so singularly focused on the task at hand. It's
incredible.
It's extraordinary to me.
It's incredible. And if it doesn't inspire you, check yourself. Go back and do some checking, because if it doesn't inspire you, I think it's because it triggers you, because it reminds you
what you're not doing.
What you're not doing. And I don't know. It's such a I don't know. It's just such a lesson. I also joked. I know we got a phone call, but I was also sort of laughing at not laughing at your last guest, but a conversation you guys were having because the podiatrist you just had on. It was funny to me. She said at one point, especially with truckers, they need their feet. And I just chuckled in my head because, I mean, we all do. And it reminded me years ago, Seamus had to have hand surgery, and he happened to, not because we seeked it out, but he ended up with a very renowned hand surgeon here in Nashville who works on all the Titans hands and he does a lot of musicians. And the doctor said to Seamus before he got his surgery something to the effect of, you're in good hands with me, whatever. He's like, I just worked on so-and-so, some like world-renowned concert pianist hands. He's like, and I had to be the most careful with his hands because his hands are invaluable. He uses them for a living. And Seamus looked at the doctor and said, I think most of us use our hands for a living. It was just so funny in the moment to be like, now this man's hands are important because he's a concert pianist and he uses them for a living. And Seamus is like, if I didn't have hands, I also would not have my job. So as a sound mixer. So it was just funny for me to say, now truck drivers, they use their feet. But, you hear what I'm saying. We're all as uniquely individual and important to both hands and limbs and feet, because my mom just had foot surgery and she she's realizing how much she does that she's like, I can't do anything. She can't put pressure on her foot for 2 weeks and she's so debilitated. She's like, I can't cook because I can't stand on it. I can't just run up to the grocery store. I can't even get around her own house because it's tight and she's got this scooter. So it's when you don't have it, we take for granted the little things. I just picked up a rubber band. I couldn't have done that. We just take for granted everything. And I'm in gratitude this morning of my hands and my feet.
Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. There's so many things you kind of unpacked here to kind of give a sense of what we're talking about. So we hear often that you'll have a quarterback who will have injured his non-throwing hand or his non-throwing arm. And you'll say, well, just get out there and play. And it's like, okay, by the way, have you ever thrown a football and only been able to use one hand properly? It's a really good time. And it made me think also about baseball, but the fact that Jim Abbott, born without the use of his right hand, because he didn't have one from birth, ended up playing in the Olympics, where, this is a true story, Lindsay, he plays in the Olympics. The Cuban team, of course, is unable to do any scouting in the Olympics. The first 3 batters bunted on him. Remember this, he's only got one hand. And in order for him to field a ball, he's got to put the glove on his throwing hand, field it with his throwing hand, drop the glove to the ground, take the ball out, and throw him out.
Superhero.
The first 3 Cubans bunted. This is a great story. They bunted.
Abbott, on purpose, I assume?
On purpose, absolutely.
Yeah, obviously.
They hadn't
right?
done a scouting report on them. They had to find out. The first 3 Cubans bunted.
Gotcha. He
throws them all out. The Cuban team comes to the top of the dugout, gives him a standing ovation, sits back down, and never bunts again, which is fantastic. Think about FDR doing the presidency, because they hid it from people who thought he was lame and not crippled. But think about FDR doing the presidency through the Depression and World War II without the use of his legs.
In a wheelchair.
Let that sink into you. When we used to play football against Harry Connick Jr. on the neutral ground in New Orleans, the only rule was you could beat the holy hell out of everybody, but you didn't touch Harry's hands.
Don't touch Harry's hands.
Don't touch Harry's hands. I mean, there are just so many.
That'd be a good name for his biography.
Don't touch Harry's hands, by the way. I went back.
He uses them for a living.
He does. We went back, though, and we watched his interview on Letterman when Letterman was still a late-night show and a very weird and wonderful show. We watched him on Letterman. He actually brought up playing football against us, which was really fun. I was like, I wasn't aware that had happened. That's crazy.
Love it.
So yeah, I mean, in regards to, hands and feet, we all use them, guys. We all use them, and
hands and feet, we all use them.
We all use them. Yo, 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 my road gangers. Lindsay is in the chat, guys. Good morning to you, Bruce Almighty. Good to have you. Yo, double L, and morning. We all know who that is as well. And you can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. And speaking of Lindsay's, Lindsey Vonn, by the way, badass, wins her second downhill ski World Cup title of the season at 41 years old, continuing to come back. Talk about badass, man. She did miss her chance for another world championship, but still, man, come on. She's pretty incredible. Incredible men and women out there doing incredible things.
I am going to add one little wrinkle to what you talked about, the idea of when you said, no, you can't, and you're right, by the way, that kind of monofocus. This is really what's crazy too. With very few exceptions, though, it is impossible to actually. Well, people who actually want this really bad, as you have a great phrase, up your game, up their game. The people who want to do that kind of work have to at some point make a decision about the people they associate with. And I don't just mean about not going out at night, not partying with your buds, not being, what is his name, Ryan Lochte, the swimmer, as opposed to Michael Phelps. Michael Phelps is out there like living that best life, the 6,000 calorie, 9,000 calorie a day man to basically not prevent weight loss. Oh, I got a thought about weight loss in a second here too. That's not a fat joke. But at some point, you've got to make a decision about, you know what, I have a work ethic. I'm tired of adjusting my work ethic to other people's lifestyles. I am going to go find that club and be around people, because the support network that you need in order to be an Olympic athlete has to actually have the same commitment. That the people who dance for Taylor Swift have to have her work ethic. The reason those men who got those $100,000 checks that you and Dean and you and Tom talked about, they got those checks not because it was her just way of being like, you're nice, you drive trucks, here's $100,000. I will put money that she did that because what she saw, just like Bono and the Edge saw when they invested in the truck drivers to help them start their own company, who drove their tours, is that they saw the trucking version of the dedication that they have to their own careers. And it is a big thing that I have obsessed with. Over my time at RadioNemo, I have been obsessed with it, Lindsay. The idea that I will tell you there is nothing more demoralizing than when you push all your chips in and other people say, yeah, whatever. And that just makes it's something you got to really look for. If you want to make that breakthrough, you've got to find those people who are like, I am willing to go the extra mile, and I am willing to stay here till the last dog dies. As Clinton said in New Hampshire, his famous speech that actually turned him into the comeback kid, he meant it. He told people, I will be with you here even though I've got laryngitis until the last dog dies. And they believed him because he did it.
You mentioned the Taylor Swift. Just Taylor Swift. We've talked about as it pertains to trucking, obviously the logistics of that tour, the first $1 billion plus tour, the logistics of it are staggering. Over 50 semis on the truck, plus planes, et cetera, et cetera. They piggyback the whole deal. I watched the 6-part docuseries from the tour. It is mind-blowing, and it doesn't matter if you're a Taylor Swift fan or not. If you're a fan of anything epic and seeing how the sausage gets made, it will blow your mind. You will have respect for Taylor, and if you don't, we're in different places in life. I want to read. Can I read to you real quick this speech she gave?
Yes.
I'll do a shortened version, but basically this is a little bit long, but I'm gonna read it to you. Because it was amazing. They show her speech on the first tour stop, and then they show her speech on the last. The first one was epic too, but I happen to have the last one pulled up, so I'm going to read that. Because what you said, Jim, talking about the dancers there, the backup singers, the crew is so massive. The band, the drivers, the security, la 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 la. The list goes on and on. The merch, all the things, and all these people are gone for months at a time away from their family. And they're doing it because, A, she's paying them very well, but most importantly because they love it. They absolutely love it. They love her. She loves them. And everybody is wanting to support everybody's vision on this tour, and it's amazing. So before they go out on their final tour stop on the Eras tour, it was, by the way, it was called, this documentary that came out, it's called The End of an Era. And they document, I think it was over 1,000 shows they did on this tour over a couple years. And here was what she said to them as she addresses the crew about to go on stage with her before she goes out. She says, this is Taylor Swift speaking, I want to say we have done something that no one has ever done. We have performed for over 10 million people in person. That's not like, 10 million people watch the TV show, which is pretty amazing too. But we performed for 10 million plus people. And I think about every single one of you as little kids. This is what got me. I think about you, the moment that you decided that dancing was your calling. And the moment you first saw a band and thought, man, I want to sign up and play an instrument. I want to save up for an instrument. Every single one of us has picked professions that categorically, people for the majority of the time, they tell you shouldn't do it. They tell you should not try to do this. You have to love the thing so much that you override 85 to 95% of the advice you were given along the way by oftentimes people you respect, people you trust, people in the field. Everyone in dance, everyone in music will tell everyone younger, if there's anything else you can do, then go do that. And so I'll see you getting rejected, not getting the job, not getting the part, not getting the solo. I'll see all those things that happened all along the way, the doors that were shut, the doors that were open, the windows you pried down. And then sometimes I'll see you when you're older, and I'll think about what you're going to tell your family or the people that you mentor, because every single person in here has the spirit to mentor others and to tell them, yes, do it, try it, go for it. If you have that same love for it, do it. And I think about whether that's to your grandchildren or to the little neighbor kid that just wants to talk to you about what it was like to be on that tour. Everyone likes to talk about phenomenons like the Eras Tour, almost like it was just pieces falling into place in some sort of accidental confluence of events that just happened, right? When I'm thinking about the people that are in this circle, I don't think about it as pieces that fell into place. I think of each of you as like tectonic plates on the earth that took millions of micro decisions and forces of you pushing and pushing inch by inch closer together. And the Eras Tour wasn't when all the pieces fell into place. That was when every single one of us had done so much work to where this tour was when we all clicked together. It is our job to make this look accidental, and it is our job to make this look effortless. But I just want every single one of you to know that I in no way, shape, or form look at this as pieces falling into place. You put the pieces where they are. This was the biggest challenge every one of us has ever done tonight. And tonight we complete that challenge. Woo! And they show her. She's just speaking. She's not reading from a teleprompter or a piece of paper. She is speaking from the heart to those people. And that is so cool. And the biggest point, Jim, and thanks for letting me read that. I thought it was great. The biggest point, and that's her saying, I think about you and I look at every single one of you and think about how many times you were told no and you're still here. You were told no 1,000,000 times, and now you're doing the biggest thing that has ever happened in entertainment. So keep going.
You're seeing yourself in those around you, and it means that you are I always think about the title of that book about the Lost Battalion when he tells the company as they disperse them, I've never been in finer company.
Yeah.
And the idea that it's like I chose the right people. And it's, here's the thing, too, is like there's nothing wrong with not being a part of that. I want to make this really clear. But if you choose to be a part of it, you have an obligation to be a part of it as opposed to apart from it. And I think in many ways the connective tissue between all those people is extra. I've seen the first 2 episodes, but the connective tissue.
Keep going.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Oh, I liked it so very much. The connective tissue is fairly extraordinary. It's fairly.
I'm gonna watch it again, I think.
Yeah. Speaking of, again, we've got to go back to the phones. We have a call. We're going to say good morning. Thank you for sharing that, Lindsay. I could not agree with her sentiments or your reading it more. Good morning to you. Who are we speaking to, Phone Master?
Woo, Pack Rat.
Oh, here he is.
Pack Rat?
Rough night for Rogers, dude. Rough night for Rogers.
Mm-hmm.
Pack Rat?
Hello.
Hello. There he is.
Pack Rat?
Pack Rat? Pack Rat? Well, we'll take care of that in just a little
Pack Rat,
bit.
can you hear me? Pack Rat, are you there? Listen, I'm pulling for a Bears-Patriots Super Bowl. I said it. I said what I said. First of all.
The Bears.
The Bears. No, we have friends that are part of, it's called Bear Down Nashville, and there's hundreds of them that gather, and they were cheering and crying and hugging. They've worked so hard to get to this place, and I want to see them do well. Which they're already doing. And then obviously I'll root for my husband. My husband is a big New England fan. They've had a rough few years, obviously, without Brady. They've built back. I love that Vrabel he left the Titans, aka was asked to leave the Titans because he was too good. So the Titans got rid of him, and doing great over there in New England. And I think also, Jim, the Frawleys, my husband's family deserves a win. So I'm going to let that be with the Packers. After the year they had last year, after the year my husband's family had last year, I'm rooting Patriots. I'm married to a Patriot, and I have not always rooted Patriots. This year, I'm so in on the Patriots.
By the way, let me put
out of who's left, who would you want? Blank versus blank.
Oh my God, it's a real struggle for me because there's not a lot of people left. The Saints have a really dark history with both the 49ers from the 80s and a really awful history with the Seattle Seahawks, although I realize it's no longer Pete Carroll's Seahawks. I loved the Seahawks right up until the moment that Pete Carroll took them over. Now that he's gone, maybe the Seahawks, I have a great deal of affection, as you know, for Seattle. So maybe, kind of, sort of, rooting for them. Hate the Rams. So I guess it would be the Seahawks, by the way. I guess it would be the Seahawks. Why not? Why not go with the Patriots? We got Seamus and Chris Orban, who was here yesterday.
Yeah.
Are big fans of that. I want to put the Bears in perspective for you, though. So Caleb Williams last year threw for 3,942 yards, which, by the way, he set a new single-season franchise record and nearly became the first Bear quarterback with 4,000 yards. No Bear quarterback has ever thrown for 4,000 yards. And it's because it's the Windy City, to be honest with you. Part of the problem is the fact that it is the Windy City. But it was his second professional season, and with a new coach, by the way, once again, this goes back to something else you're talking about, a new coach can often make the difference. One of the big discussions that's going on in pro football right now that you guys should really think about in relationship to your own careers and your own direction. If you feel stuck in a rut, I always mention the Paul Bear Bryant story of going to Darrell Royal and getting coaching tips, and Andre Agassi in his 30s thinking he was washed up and making the decision to go to Brad Gilbert and say, I need to get better. Caleb Williams had a terrible rookie season. A lot of people thought that he was going to be a bust as the number one pick. Ben Johnson, who was an offensive genius from the Lions, came over and took over the team. And this year he has thrown for 3,942 yards, 27 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions, and been part of some of the most miraculous finishes in football history, including 2 giant stakes through the heart of the Packers fans, of the Cheeseheads. I don't know if you know this, Lindsay, but along with that crazy wild card game, 21-6. And then in the fourth quarter, watching the whole thing just kind of unravel. They had done it. They did it a couple of weeks earlier at Soldier Field as well. They were 98% chance sure before they scored their first touchdown of losing the football game, and 2.5 minutes later they'd won it. It's been a miraculous season. Jerry Bowers, by the way, for the Bears is a big our friend is a big Bears fan. Good or bad.
Bears fan.
Good or bad, he loves those Bears, and that's something. So if it ended up being a Bears,
I'll take Seattle too. I like Seattle.
But if it ends up, being a Bears,
Bears Patriots.
Bears Patriot. I've seen worse. I really don't want the Rams. I really don't want the 49ers.
Boring. Yeah, but 49ers got it last year. Move over. Yeah. I hate seeing people 2 times in a row at the Super Bowl. That's all. I don't care who it is.
Unless it's my team. I would not have a problem seeing the Saints 2 years in the Super Bowl. But I get what you're saying.
Good luck with that. Let me know how that goes. We got a phone call. Did we get Packer back?
Yeah.
Packer back.
Get back in here. We'll go a little bit long.
Come on, bro.
Packer back, pack rat. Packer back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Here he is.
He's back.
Okay. Anyways, one thing I'm surprised that Matt LaFleur still has a job.
Well, he had injuries, by the way. I mean, with Micah Parsons and all that kind of stuff that happened at the end. And he did shut the team down in the last week because it wasn't going to affect his playoff positioning. But, Matt LaFleur, though, next year, hot seat. Here it comes, brother. Here it comes.
Hit the floor.
Hot seat. There it is.
Hit the LaFleur.
There you go. Well, the other thing, too, the big discussion is these fourth down attempts there, like the Rams. McVay, you're in the field goal range. You're 4th and 3, and you go for it. Why not? It's in the first half, and they're winning. They're leading at that point. Why not go for the field goal?
I'll tell you this, by the way, and there's 2 lines of thinking. Part of the percentage you talked about, absolutely. But Lindsay, I'm going to ask you a question as well with this. Sometimes you got to put a stake through people's hearts. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to win. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's like I remember Shannon Sharp talking about this when people accused the Saints of running up the score against the Eagles one time in the Superdome. And Shannon Sharp said something really terrific. He said, we're not talking about, and now colleges don't kind of, he said, we're not talking high school football here, where it's like, come on, man, be a little merciful. You got to put the knife in people.
Yeah, you're getting paid $30 million.
You're getting paid.
Put the knife in, earn it.
Put the knife in people, and I think part of the thinking behind it, Pack Rat, is I want to end this as quickly as possible. Remember, I make the joke that my job and Lindsay's job is to get you through 4 hours as quickly as possible. Anything that gets me closer to winning in a big way is a smarter decision than playing it safe. What's the old joke that the prevent defense only prevents you from winning? And
sometimes putting the knife in is incremental, Jimmy.
It's incremental. It's like, if I kill more of you now, I have to kill less of you later. I think that's the thinking behind it, Packrat. The idea that it's like, yeah, I could go up by 10 right now, or I could put the knife in you and go up by, you know what I'm saying? I'd go up by 17. I can go up by 14. I can really end this game right now, and I'm getting the ball back to start the second half. I mean, think about that kind of percentage. I'm going for the touchdown. It puts me up 14, and then I get the ball back in the second half. I can end this sumbitch real quickly.
Sumbitch.
You know what I'm saying?
I can end this sumbitch.
That's the thinking, I think.
Yeah. Well, I remember years ago, this is going to Bill Belichick, there was a big discussion. He was in his side of the of center, and they went for like 4th and 2 or something like that. But what was said then was that Belichick was sending a message that he didn't trust his defense.
Well, yeah, that was that famous moment. What was it, like in the 31-yard line of his own side, going for it on 4th and 2,
Yeah.
and the thinking was, I don't want to put the ball back in Peyton Manning's hands. And let me tell you something else too, Lindsay. Michigan played Notre Dame. Michigan kicked off to Rahib Ishmael. He returned it all the way for a touchdown.
Rahib Ishmael.
Okay.
I just want to say that. Sorry.
So they get the ball back and they kick off to him again. Okay.
Mhm.
They kick off to him again. He returns it all the way back for a touchdown. And Michigan scores a touchdown to bring the game to 14-13. They're down by 1 point. And the crowd is going crazy. And they line up for the kickoff. And the entire crowd went quiet, as if 101,000 people simultaneously, Lindsay, went, oh, no, we've got to kick the ball off to Ishmael again. They kicked it out of bounds to the 35, by the way. Sometimes, you don't want to put the ball, with Mahomes. 13 seconds with Mahomes. All right, we're in the weeds.
We're in the weeds. Packrat, who you rooting for in the Super Bowl? Blank versus blank. Go.
Say that again?
Who do you want to see in the Super Bowl?
Well, I want to see the Bills.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I can get behind the Bills.
I can get behind the Bills.
I can get behind the Bills.
The Bills. We got to take a break, but I can get behind the Bills too. Marshall Platter in the chat says, "Go Texans!" Yeehaw!
All the best, Packrat.
Too. And Steve says, "Go anyone." We love you, Packrat. Thanks for calling. Boom. Coming up next, Jim.
We got a wonderful book and a wonderful guest, and it's all worth digging into on Road Gang Radio.
It's a thriller. It's a thriller. Dr. James Gregory has written a thriller. This is Thriller Night.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
.com. By the way, speaking of .com, I want you to go to RadioNemo.com and I want you to subscribe. Do it. Trust me, get on it, make it happen, make the miracle happen. Don't forget that Lindsay's going to have country and western music news, lots of great stuff to discuss, including a passing. And it's going to be a celebration of life. I see you got your fist out, say your piece, and get out. Every silver lining's got a touch of gray. Of course, we're going to be talking about the Grateful Dead and the passing of a legend, by the way. Lots of stuff to kind of unpack on country and western music news. And our good friends Ashley and Scott are going to be on Trucking with OOIDA, recapping what happened last year and talking about the Congressional Trucking Caucus as well. All that stuff yet to come here. And a wonderful guest, by the way. Along with that, it's a wonderful book by Dwayne Clark called The Miracle Morning. Can't wait to kind of dig into that, The Miracle Morning Routine. But before any of that, and without further ado, Lindsay, or don't, what do you say we pivot?
Pivot.
And let Dre take us away.
Boom. Okay, guys, this is a very exciting guest. This is a thriller we're about to be talking about. Our first guest today on this half of the show, at least, has had a pretty fantastic and fascinating arc. So he spent decades inside corporate America, which talk about learning a lot, and then now bring it into the other side. He's built brands, building businesses, understanding power, which is really significant here. And now he's turned his attention to something much more haunting. What happens when ambition, Jim, outpaces empathy? That's what we take from this.
My life.
So his brand new novel called Ghost Town, which I want to unpack the title for a lot of reasons as well. It comes out today, by the way. Congratulations. Thank you for celebrating here with us. And it asks a simple but very unsettling question. What's left behind when industry moves on? This is very telling and very timely. The story is set in a coal mining town in western Pennsylvania. But the themes feel very uncomfortably modern. There's connection, isolation, power, and legacy. So joining us is the author. He's an entrepreneur, a longtime branding expert, and now novelist, Dr. James R. Gregory. Dr. James Gregory, please make welcome to the show our new friend. Glad to have you.
Thank you very much. What a nice introduction. I really appreciate it. And today is a huge day. It is the launch of this new novel, and I'm just so excited. This is the third novel since I started writing fiction, and I'm just really thrilled. Do you know this book, Ghost Town, was actually inspired by an actual event that took place when I was 10 years old. My dad and I were going to go and pick up a load of coal from a coal mine. And we were in his pickup truck, and we get to the coal mine, and I came face to face with another 10-year-old who was walking out of the coal mine, and here we were face to face on this coal mine, and he was covered from head to toe in coal dust, and here I am, this young kid, and just looking at this young boy in awe. And he said, hey, do you want to come into the coal mine with me? And I looked to my dad, and my dad said, sure, go ahead. And I took 10 steps into that coal mine, and I freaked out. I could hear the coal cars on the rails and moving around and the reverberating on the walls. And anyway, so you think about that when you're, a little seed like that, as something that happens when you're a kid, has stayed with me all my life, and I was just dying to write about it. And that's the basis of Ghost Town.
Wow.
Let me kind of ask a big ambitious question. Not the question isn't ambitious, but about your own ambitions here. So there's a wee bit of Deadwood walking through here. There's a wee bit of McCabe and Mrs. Miller that's kind of playing its way through. There's all kinds of other kind of books that tackle this kind of world that you're kind of digging into. What's really cool here, though, is that your own background in business and your own love of history kind of have to collide here. Is that we're not just talking about, taking a time far away that often in many ways seems like a science fiction world to us because we have no connection to it. So you have to kind of reconstruct the history of the period at which this takes place in to create the world that Sammy Murphy and Barry Bacon both exist in, the two characters at the center of all of this. But because of your knowledge of business, you're able to actually introduce the process of how all of this works as well, too. How one goes about being a magnet, that it doesn't just... Often people will be like, he was rich and that's all we need to know about it. That we have an understanding of how these men, how these people's worlds are kind of brought together and put together. Talk about being able to kind of reconstruct the history of the period, understanding how business functions, and then at the same time never forgetting that you've got to tell a great story. Talk about the process of balancing that as you begin to create this book.
Well, at the core of my stories is the business background that I had. I ran a business for 40 years in New York City and really worked with the senior level CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. That was our target audience, and I was very blessed to have that kind of experience. And we worked with them on their corporate brands. So I always had an appreciation for the history of the company and what they went through to build the company. And so all of my books have a core concept of being able to understand what actually took place in a business manner, and then everything else is built around that. I had this Barry Bacon is kind of like an industrialist with emulating one of my heroes, Andrew Carnegie, and trying to be like him, and aspiring to have his own empire. And it became unbridled greed, and so he's the antagonist in the story, and Sammy Murphy is the protagonist, and he's kind of pure and unclouded morals, and so it's pitting this young man who was first born in the town of Sulphur Creek, which is where the coal mine was, and versus an industrialist trying to build his empire in the late 1800s. And there are a lot of themes in it: ambition, isolation, unrequited love, rejection, elements of true love, and then taken all together, it's a psychological thriller for sure.
You know what? This is, Doctor, it was when you were just talking earlier, this sort of hit me when you were talking about walking as a child going into that coal mine, which, by the way, I felt like you were telling a fictional story when you said that, because I don't think about in quote unquote modern day times a child going into a coal mine. I see that on TV or whatever in movies. But what struck me was my daughter, this might be a strange correlation or to tie this to, but my daughter keeps seeing the commercials for this Royal Caribbean cruise, and it's on TV, and it looks big on TV, and there's all the games, and she's like mesmerized by the power of it. And it made me realize, and she kept saying, "Can we do that? Can we do that? Can we do that?" She's 7. And it kept making me think about, like, wow, when and if I do that and take her on it, when you've seen something on TV over and over, but then you stepping onto a cruise and the magnitude of that, or stepping into a coal mine, the magnitude of that in a different way, when it's something you've heard about, and then all of a sudden you see it in person, really brings fiction to life. And it's so overwhelming and powerful. I bring all that up, just because the tie-in of picturing you as a child stepping into that is very profound. But as it pertains to fiction, with your past experience on the business side, you've spent decades helping companies figure out who they are and how they want to be seen. So I'm so curious, what did fiction allow you to say that the business books couldn't?
Well, during my career, I wrote many business books. McGraw-Hill was my publisher, and I would produce them left and right to build what we call the corporate brand, to help people understand, CEOs especially, what the big picture is in their company. And so when I transitioned, when I retired, I said I love writing. I would love to try fiction. But it's a whole different world. It frees you up. Your imagination can go wild, and you can draw. I have a lot of stories to tell, and that's what's keeping me going. I mean, to produce a novel a year is really an ambitious effort, and I'm very excited about that. But I have a lot of ammunition to use.
You use some of it in this book, by the way. Just want to point out, you use some of it in this book, by the way.
And be ambitious. Yes, a very ambitious goal, especially as someone who's retired, quote unquote. So for sure.
Well, I can't play golf, and my Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, just don't.
Anymore.
Please. Like, we watched that game last night, and we're just absolutely just tearing our hair out. I'm bald now. I had a full head of hair yesterday.
Even balder.
Can we kind of talk a little bit about the idea, because there's so much going on in this book, and I want to talk about the character of Birdie as well. Because what ends up happening here is that you create a world of people who are obsessed, a world of people who throw absolutely everything, into sometimes grievances, into ambition and all that. But what you also do is you suggest that there are other routes available, even when those routes are fading on us. The idea of introducing love and connection into the mix, of human beings connected, often prevents us from falling into the trap of these systems that we build for ourselves. Whether those systems are vengeance, whether they are ambition, the way out for you in many ways throughout the book, you seem to say there's another route, there's an exit ramp, and it's called true love. And I don't mean true love in that kind of cheesy way, but the idea of real, earned love. Can you talk a little bit about that, by the way?
Absolutely. Well, Birdie is a very interesting character. She does not want to be in this town. She has no interest in it, and she's only there because her mother passed away and her father found a job, and she's 15 years old, and he took her to this town to while he was working in the coal mine. And she thinks that she's above it all, and really doesn't want to associate herself with anyone, let alone Sammy Murphy, who is her age. And this is the first girl that Sammy Murphy has ever met. First person who is the same age as him that he ever met, and he falls in love with her immediately, and it's totally unrequited. It's she has no interest in him at all until he started talking about his ambition and what he was trying to do, and he built an image for her, and ended up seducing her by getting her to go to this cabin that he built up in the mountains. Well, but the thing is she's not really interested in him, and he ends up being just crushed by it. But later, when later in the story, he meets a young lady by the name of Rosie McGovern, who does appreciate him for who he is and what he is, and they do fall in love and have a family. So it's a very interesting transition between, and they, by the way, they all keep in touch because it's a close community. It's a small community, and they all see each other and know each other, and so there's a lot of interaction between them.
We're talking with Dr. James R. Gregory. The new book is called Ghost Town. It came out today. It is out now wherever you find your books. You can head over to Amazon and grab it as well. It's called Ghost Town, like I said. Doctor, you know what? I think it was really cool in this that two things to me were playing out, how industry, but also power, really feels like a character in the story. And, you know, I think that makes it a little, when we look at it that way, when we look at power as a character, it takes the power out of power, I feel like, you know, and the idea that systems can really be as human or as destructive as the people running them. So, you know, so much of the story back to power really circles power. So, you know, the who has it, who loses it, who's paying the price for it. So with you, after a lifetime of studying corporate power so up close, what surprised you most about it when you explored it through this different lens, through fiction?
Well, that's a great question. I do think that I have been at the seat of power in business for many decades, and I understand how it works. And sometimes it's very subtle, and sometimes it's hit you over the head kind of results. And in this story, there's this Barry Bacon has so much ambition. He really is blinded by his ambition, so much so that he actually causes the problems that occur, that create the disasters. So there are good leaders in this book. There are smart people in this book that understand leadership. But he is the actual leader who is in charge and has the finances to build the business, and yet he has no common sense. It's a fascinating, that part of it is really fascinating, and it goes back and forth between these different characters. I like General Abbott Jones, who's the president of the Keystone Railroad and the River Fork Club, which is plays a prominent role in his relationship to Barry Bacon. That's a fascinating one too, because his wife and Barry Bacon's mother were friends in New York City, and so they know each other and kind of owe each other some help. So there's a lot of subtle things going on in the book that play into it as well, into the power issue.
The other thing is too is that, and I've been thinking a lot about this, not just with this book, but like a lot of the world around us, is that President Eisenhower once said that the federal government is neither good nor bad. It is the people that inhabit it, the determinate direction of that. And whoever designs something, we're often, when we step into another person's business, or we attempt to run somebody's business or create our own thing inside of it, we have to remember that the structures of which it is created there's an AI connection here. The idea, a lot of people don't realize that when they use AI, all they're doing is having themselves mirrored back to themselves. And in a lot of ways, you can make a case that the thing that Barry builds over the course of the book, he ends up being trapped in, and what he's trapped in is inside of himself, because the corporation becomes a reflection of who he is. And that if you don't have common sense, it means that you have created a company that doesn't have a foundation of common sense, so you have constructed a world around you without it. And each one of these characters, to one degree or another, is building a world around themselves, and based on their ability to learn or not learn. There's always an alternative that you seem to be working through here. There's always a contrast. Like Birdie sets up a better relationship for later, the idea of understanding what you're looking at. And can you kind of talk about the idea when people build companies or build worlds, that they often don't realize that they're slowly building a fence or a prison around themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. Oftentimes when we're brought in to work with a major corporation, and we're talking to the CEO, and the CEO is struggling with, what does this company actually stand for? We kind of lost our way. We don't know why things are not working as smoothly as they did in the past. And we go back to what the founders' vision was for the company. And we examine those. Usually there are documents saying, this is what we're trying to do, this is where we're going, this is how we're going to survive as a business, and you see that stuff, and you quickly can develop, revitalize that vision, and it gets the people excited again, and gets them focused on rebuilding what they originally stood for. I tried to work that into this book, but if I can mention one of the other books, the book that came out last year is called Killer App. And that's about experiencing everything bad about artificial intelligence. And it kind of gets to your point about artificial intelligence is a tool people can use, but it can work against you, or you can help it, work with it. And in that book, the protagonist, Bryce Bogle, built this or worked with this application, this killer app, and built his business around it. And while the killer app, the artificial intelligence, was actually working against him. So everything bad about artificial intelligence was introduced in that book, and how he dealt with it.
By the way, it's great. By the way, Lindsay and I can both tell everybody out there listening, there's a reason why Dr. Gregory is back here with us. It's a pretty wonderful book as well, too. And that's always, but I'm beginning to sense a theme, as we talked about the idea that you are interested in people who build systems and either have these systems work immensely. I go back to my question about love again, Dr. Gregory, just really quickly. The idea, do you believe that love is the wild card that can help break us out of the prisons we create for ourselves?
Well, I know it was for me. I met my wife when I was 23 in New York City on a subway, and I was thunderstruck immediately upon seeing her. and convinced her to join my company, actually start a company with me. And that company was originally called Gregory and Clyburn, for Gregory, and she was Clyburn. And we
I noticed you still put your name first. Just saying.
Well, believe me, that's been a 40-year argument.
Go on, sorry.
It's still a sore point. But she and I wrote a book about that as well called Small Fortunes. I think love is a absolute cornerstone for life. It's the purpose we live for in many ways.
Well, I remember in Killer App, the issue there, too, was that the biggest threat ends up being, if I remember correctly, the main character, it's not just that it knows him inside and out from a business and kind of a professional perspective. It knows his business. I mean, it knows it knows his heart, or at least, that's one of the great threats to it, is that it knows his pressure points in regards to who he loves. And in many ways, that's what plays its way through this book, too. It's people literally getting people right where it counts, figuring out what they really care about and sticking it to them that way. And that's conflict. I mean, that's the darkest conflict you can have. How can I hurt you where it hurts, right?
Yes, you got it. And when I write these things, I don't have an outline that says this is what I want to do. These stories come out from me as I'm writing them, and so my core values have to be relating to exactly what you're saying. That there's a basis, there's a foundation of really important stuff, and I try to get that through in my novels.
Let's talk about this title, because Ghost Town. The title is very interesting. This has been used in other ways, but I don't think I haven't seen it used the way you do here. So, when you hear the phrase ghost town, of course, people think abandoned buildings or whatnot. But emotionally, ghost town really exists inside of people too, I think. And so, what does the phrase ghost town really mean to you now after writing this book?
You've got it exactly right. It's not that the town was completely abandoned. We had Sammy Murphy living up in the mountains. We had over the town. We had people kind of keeping their homes, occasionally visiting and that sort of thing. But the town was falling apart over time. But it was a hollowing out of this leadership of the Barry Bacon. Money didn't matter. His ambition didn't matter. His ruthlessness didn't matter. He was a hollowed out person, and yet here was this spark, this Sammy Murphy, who had nothing, grew up with nothing whatsoever, and ends up kind of the leader, kind of the more powerful person in the relationship.
We're almost out of time here,
No.
Lindsay. Yeah, I know. We love Dr. Gregory. We love
I want
having him
Dr. Gregory to be our new co-host.
Yeah.
Throw host. Is that a thrice? Is that three of us?
Yeah, that's
a throw host.
Yeah, a throw host. Talk to me a little bit about just the fun stuff around this. What are you going to be doing? You have other places you're planned on visiting? Any readings?
Nope,
coming
just
up?
this show.
That's it.
Just this
exclusive.
one.
We got an
Just
exclusive
this show. I'm coming back.
Yeah.
Yay!
But talk about what's in store for you next.
How are you
next couple of
celebrating
weeks.
and
Yeah,
promoting
how you
it?
taking care of yourself?
Well, I have an ambitious program of working with other, creating other books. I'm 76 years old. I've got a lot of stories to tell. I gotta move along on these stories. And the next one that I'm writing is called Undercurrent, and it's a kind of a political thriller because it's talking about illegal aliens organizing an insurrection. So that is very topical and hot. It's a hot concept.
Hot button.
So that's what I'm working on right now. my real love for writing is one that I'm working on called Games We Played as Children. And the purpose of this is to talk about the games we played as children, hide and seek outside, Foursquare, all these different games, and to get our children and our grandchildren off their computers and outside to play with us. And so that's what I'm working on right now. And for Ghost Town, I'm doing a public relations tour and doing lots of shows, and I'm just really appreciate everyone who is available, makes time available for me to talk about the book.
The book is Ghost Town, and Dr. Gregory, I have mentioned I have a 7-year-old, so please come back when the next book is out, because I would love to dive into that. We battle that every day. How much do we... it's balance. It's all about balance. So I'll be fascinated to read that next book. The book is out now, Ghost Town. Head on over to Amazon or wherever you find your books. And Dr. Gregory, we look forward to so much more. Congratulations, and go pour a glass of bubble and celebrate today.
Thank you, Doctor.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Whatever kind of bubble. Jim, if you're going to, I know you don't drink it anymore, so you don't drink alcohol anymore. If you're going to celebrate with a cup of, I know you love a good coffee, but outside of that, what would be your celebratory, like a real good mocktail or something?
Well, yeah, there's a growing number of mocktails that actually have the echoes of old fashioned to them, and I really like the idea of that nice mix between like the bitters and the sweet. Really like that, not overwhelmingly sweet.
Like you're a good mix of the bitters and the sweet, Jimmy Mack. It's Road Gang Radio, bitters and sweet. That could be our other name. We'll be right back. Another great guest coming up next, guys. We're going to get inspired to get up, get that butt out of bed. The miracle morning after 50. You heard me. Let's go. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Lifting off from the Akershire Studios to the good old Fastport Studios, this is Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Lindsay Mack and Jimmy Lawler.
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm going to keep doing it.
I'm already confused enough as it is. I'm Lindsay Lawler. That's Jimmy Mack. That would be a very weird
what
baby.
I said.
Is it? Is it? Where am I?
Tomato avocado, man. Okay.
You confuse me on a daily basis. I don't know if I love it or hate it. A little bit of both, perhaps. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. That's Jimmy Mack. I'm Lindsay Lawler, Phone Master Dre, keeping us on the ones and the twos. And coming up right after this show, of course, it's Trucking with OOIDA. Our friends Ashley and Scott are diving into all that happened last year, what's coming up in this next week. You can check out that show. Remember, it also is a podcast. You can find out more. Also, right after this next interview is Country and Western Music News. Also available as a podcast, guys. Just go in and type wherever you stream your podcast. Type in Country and Western Music News. We do it a little bit differently on the show. We're not salacious gossip. We find human interest topics, usually that I know somebody involved with it, and then Jim and I pontificate, dive into what that story really means on a human level. Because, by the way, these people, the music you listen to, there are human beings behind it, living out that life and those stories in order to write those songs and put them out for you. So we dive into it. There's a great one coming up here today. Okay, now we will take this time to pivot.
Pivot.
And Phone Master Dre will shift us into the next fabulous guest. Let's go.
By the way, if I attempted to unpack all of Dwayne J. Clark's bio and resume, that would be the segment. And we want to dig into Hal Elrod and Dwayne J. Clark's The Miracle Morning After 50, A Proven Path to Joy, Vitality, and Purpose for Aging Adults. So let us just suffice to say, I hope it is enough to say that he is the chairman, CEO, and founder of Aegis Living. With nearly 40 years of senior living experience, Dr. Dwayne Clark, of course, is known for redefining the industry from innovative care models and building design to novel approaches to employee engagement and creating an employee-centric and eccentric culture. Founded, by the way, Aegis Living in 1997, he recognized an industry that had great potential and intentions, but was ultimately failing older adults, by the way, having worked for companies like Costco and Nordstrom and Starbucks to create a new model for senior-assisted living centered on helping residents live life to the fullest. The Miracle Morning After 50, of course, is a great contribution to this, and we are thrilled to welcome him this morning. Good morning to you, Dwayne.
Good morning. Take a breath after all that, right?
I could have gone on, too.
It's your life, Dwayne. How are you not burnt out? Good Lord.
I know. When my wife hears that, she just rolls her eyes and go, take out the garbage, dude.
Yep. Keep it. It's the people who love us most that make us feel, put us back in our place, and that's why they're there for us. Dwayne, I love so much about this. I'm relating to it so much. My husband, I'm in my late 40s. My husband is in his early 50s. This is resonating in our household. We also have a 7-year-old, so it's a yin and yang around here. But
yeah,
I want to start here and really focus on the word reset. Not even both in life, but also every single day. And I know there's a lot of people over 40 or over 50, and they aren't exhausted because they're lazy. They're exhausted because they've been in survival mode, self-included, for decades. And that in and of itself really accelerates aging, you talk about in this book and in all your teachings. So let's talk about, kick it off, mornings as a kind of reset window. I've been every morning getting up early, and even just I stretch for a little bit, I just meditate for a little bit, and it has changed my whole game. So why is that first part of the day so powerful, and how can we really look at it, reset, as not as a to-do list, but as a every day is a new start kind of way?
Well, first of all, Lindsay, you're ahead of 99% of America the way you wake up, so congratulations on that.
Well, let's see. It's been 2 weeks. Let's see if I keep up with it.
Oh, okay, great. So I think you have to look at how most Americans wake up, right? They wake up, they either run right to the bathroom or they grab their phones, they start scrolling. They may scroll for 3 to 10 minutes, then they go have a cup of coffee and, maybe take their shower and get ready for work. Those are all bad things to start. And let's talk about why. When you pick up your phone right after you wake up in the morning, it can excrete additional cortisol to your brain. And one of the problems with that is the fact that when you have too much cortisol, it can give you anxiety, it can give you depression, it can make you angry. All kinds of bad things happen. And by afternoon, it wears on you and you get really sluggish and tired. People complain about, hey, by 2 or 3 o'clock, I'm spent, I'm dragging, right? And one of the things that we're trying to do is have people wake up and adjust your brain and your body to the fact that you're waking up. We talk a lot about in the book the concept of first light. Before we had alarm clocks or anything else, we used to wake up when the sun came up, right? That's a very natural thing for our bodies to adjust to. But even as you wake up, our body needs a transition period, not a half hour, but at least like 5 to 7 minutes where it wakes up. And especially as you get older, one of the things that happens when we sleep is we dehydrate. And depending on your weight and your gender, you can lose anywhere from 12 to 18 ounces of water during the night. So one of the first things we suggest is just have a glass of room temperature water by your bed. Drink that water before you even go to the bathroom, certainly before you have a cup of coffee. And what happens is your body then can rid itself of the zombie cells, or sometimes in medicine we call it the senescent cells, the things that give you bad diseases, cancer, heart attack, stroke. It can eliminate those cells, and it can also produce the new cells if you sleep at least 7 hours that will get you started on a good day. So, we have an acronym in the book called SAVERS that stands for silence, affirmation, innovation, exercise, reading, and some recommend you do that before you jump your day. It takes less than 10 minutes. And, you'll start your day and you'll have so much more energy.
Let's kind of just dig right in, by the way, on the savers, on those
Yes.
on those
I have questions.
on those points, because one of the things that happened this morning, I actually was kind of proud of myself. I ended up I got up a little bit later than I usually get up. I wasn't running late at all. I was going to make it fine, but it was late enough, so I said maybe I shouldn't do the walk I do every morning, the quick kind of gather my head. Dre does the same thing after he gets to work, and I gave him a call, and I basically just said, "Hey, dude, I'm going to be a little bit later than normal. Don't worry about me. Don't check in on me. I'm all good." It was so important to me to actually do that instead and be able to get back to my house and then shower, get cleaned up, and get ready for the day. These really are, once you kind of put them in place, you can take us through them. And Lindsay, I got to tell you, doing these things, I can feel when I don't do a lot of the stuff that you've already kind of listed here. When I don't do it, my day feels sluggish. So kind of take us through that.
Yeah, I think one of the things, the fact is we start the day too quickly because of the demands we have with work or schedule or chores or whatever it may be. So just waking up in the morning and having, 2 minutes of silence, just so you can kind of adjust and go, okay, I'm waking up in the morning. That's followed by affirmations, or what I like to call gratitudes. One of the things I mentor a lot of young athletes. And one of the things I have them do is before they go to bed at night, I have them put little stickers on their mirrors that says, tomorrow's going to be a great day. I'm going to have a great workout. I'm going to break my personal best record, whatever it is. Put 3 to 4 notes on that. So when you wake up in the morning, you look in the mirror, that's the first thing you say, and it gets you started off on a positive mindset instead of scrolling and looking at some toxic news. The next thing is visualization, which is meditation. And we talk about meditation like it's this kind of weird practice. Meditation has been around almost 4,000 or 5,000 years. Even the American Heart Association has endorsed it as being an effective additional treatment for high blood pressure and heart disease. So, 3 or 4 minutes of meditation, whether you do it in silence, whether you do it in guided meditation, extremely helpful for your immune system, for your heart, for your blood pressure, just to start your day on a positive note. The E is for exercise, and I live part-time in Europe, and people don't really talk about exercise in Europe. I mean, when I go to Italy, and you say, where's the gym? And they point to the park. It's not about, we're going and hitting the Nautilus machine. What we're really looking at is movement. You're moving your body. You're taking a walk, a stroll. You're playing a game, whatever. You're just moving your body. So don't freak out by the word exercise. It's really just about movement. The R is for reading. Putting something positive in your brain, not toxic things, not bad news, not watching CNN, but something that Marcus Aurelius, or something that's positive in your news. Because again, your brain's just a data center. Whatever you put into that is how it's going to, make your day go good or bad. So if you put something really affirmative into it and positive, your day tends to get off on a better note. And the S is for scribing. Just a few minutes of silence. What are you thinking about today? What are your goals? What do you want to achieve? Just write those down. So that's the acronym.
And what's cool about this, what I want to say, I think I've tried to start Savers multiple times, and I don't want to use the word failed, haven't continued on, I'll put it that way. And what shifted for me recently, and I'd love for you to unpack this, was I didn't so much worry about, Savers is great, that gives somebody a model, somebody that does want to follow things sort of by the book. That's a good launching place. But we can also, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's nice to, if you can't do all of them, pick 2, whatever it is. That's what I've done. I've slowly, and I've realized because I've picked what kind of I just picked sort of organically. I got up, I have to stretch in the morning. Like it's a do or die for me. And then the stretching led to me getting up and sort of dancing. I put my earbuds in and dance around for a little bit. And then that led to, after that, some quiet time. So it's like things organically are being added to my list as I do the things that are coming naturally and feel good to me. So can you talk to someone who's overwhelmed and like, 7 steps in the morning, I'll never do that. What's a good place for somebody who's perhaps so far gone from that or feels so far away from that, just to start, quietly and say what resonates for me, so we can break it down a little bit so it's not as overwhelming, I guess.
Yeah, I think your point is right on. I love the fact that you've picked 2 or 3 that work for you. This is not, some kind of mandate that you have to do all 7 every morning. It's really quite easy, and you can pick. Just wake up in the morning and go, okay, I had a great night's sleep. Just focus on that for 20 seconds. One of the things we talk about in the book is what's called bed stretches. And, when you dehydrate at night, your body gets stiff, right? Maybe you sleep wrong so just spend 30 seconds stretching, rolling your ankles, stretching your arms, reaching to the sky. Again, it's 30 seconds, right? Drink your water is probably the most important thing. When you first wake up in the morning, drinking that water, because it's going to flush your system of all those things that make us sick. Our bodies are right now, especially in America, are really inflammatory canisters. And it's really weird because, all the things that kill us are inflammatory based. The 5 diseases: heart attack, stroke, cancer, Alzheimer's, diabetes. Those are the 5 top things that kill Americans, all inflammatory based. So if you drink your water, you can get rid of those senescent cells that give you cancer. It's weird. When I go to Europe, for 14 years, I've logged my health, what my blood pressure is, my blood sugar, my weight, my exercise, my sleep. For 14 years, every day I've done this, part of my scribing. When I go to Europe, it's a totally different numbers. My doctors look at it and they're like, what are you doing differently? I'm like, well, I'm living in Europe. This is why, my blood pressure drops 10 points. They're like, well, I wish I could prescribe that to all my patients, but I can't. But it's because of the food system. The food system is so different in Europe, from the breads we eat to, the sugars they use. It's just so different. And it has a dramatic effect on our health and our immune system. So, you don't have to, this is not a mandate that every 7 every day you have to do. Just be mindful of that and give yourself something to be excited about in the morning. That's why I like the Post-it notes on the mirrors, because people are like, oh yeah, I'm excited about that today. And it kind of pulls you through the day with some goal or some positive affirmation.
The thing that, of course, as I'm going through the book, I constantly find myself obsessing about these days, and I feel like that the one incomplete piece of the puzzle for me is, and I have another guest who's on a regular basis with us who is obsessed with sleep in regards to how it affects the lives of truck drivers who we're doing most of our talking to. But sleep plays a large part in this too, because while the morning is so important, you also leave time in the book to kind of set the table for what is going to happen the next morning by ensuring that the sleep is done properly, and that that if you're waking up and you're sluggish and it's more than just a good night's sleep that's making you a little bit groggy in the morning, you really want to kind of focus on how we wake up best by how we go to bed as well too, right?
Jimmy, it's so critical. If I could tell you one thing that impacts health more than anything else, it's sleep. And there's so many reasons for it. We've talked about the issue of the fact your body needs a certain amount of hours to process the bad cells. Typically, it's 7 hours is the minimum mandate. But we should also talk about what kind of sleep you get. Your body should be getting about an hour and 15 minutes of REM, about an hour and 15 minutes of deep sleep. And again, think about it in this kind of comparison. If you go out motocrossing and you're all muddy and so on, and you take your muddy jeans and you put them in the washing machine, and it's going to take 30 minutes to get the mud out, right? And all of a sudden you pull the jeans out at 24 minutes and it still has mud on it. Well, that's what happens when we don't get enough sleep and we don't get that 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Our brain still has those toxic cells in it. But the other part of sleep is you need to have 7 hours for the factory to manufacture the good cells. And this interesting fact, when you turn 30, there's a precipice where we actually start using more cells than we can make. And that's why, if you think back when you were 25, 26, you're like, man, I can go out to the bars and drink till 2 o'clock in the morning and go have a pizza afterwards and get up after 3 hours sleep, and I can rock it, man. I can kill it. Well, the reason for that is
that was another life.
Your body's replacing cells faster than you can use it. And at the age of 30, that's when the transition occurs. You actually start using more cells than your body can produce. And a morbid issue is that's when you slowly start to die at the age of 30, right? And it just speeds up, and we end up having cellular death. But I want to touch on the point, Jimmy, about preparing yourself for sleep, because I think that's super important. My first career was in law enforcement many, many years ago. And so before I went to bed, I'd like watching Cops and Dateline and murder mysteries. And my wife is like, hey, dude, you're now this longevity expert. Do you know what that toxic information is going to do to your sleep? And I'm like, yeah, I like it. It gives me great gratification. She goes, no, just try not watching that stuff and see if your sleep numbers improve. She was 1,000% correct. And so now we don't watch anything that has any violence, any crazy cop chases or anything else, after 7 o'clock at night, because I want to prepare myself. We also, kind of have a law about blue light. So on your computer late at night, no exercising, within 3 hours of going to bed. I don't drink anymore because I just don't find it good for my body, but you shouldn't drink within 3 hours of going to bed. You shouldn't eat within 3 hours of going to bed. So you have to prepare for your sleep in all these ways that is going to give you the best possible sleep. Sleep in a colder room. Our room's set at about 64 degrees. We have a lot of dark shades that, help us sleep. So all these things are really important for your sleep.
Hate to sound creepy, but I feel like I want to live with you and your wife for a little bit. It sounds very, very peaceful, I'm just saying.
Let me check in with her, Lindsay. I'll see if
okay, you never know. Listen, you don't know if you don't ask, right? We're talking with Dwayne Clark, the Miracle Morning Routine. Dwayne, I want to talk about purpose. And here's the thing, by the way, guys listening. Dwayne was raised by a single mother. They had very little money, little to no money. She worked as a line cook, and once actually, by the way, had to steal potatoes, which she vowed to return. This is on his website, and they ate potato soup for a week. Now, and a thing that your mom said, I love this, said, when you have employees, take care of them, they'll take care of you. These are all things that have enforced how you live life to this day and have set so much into motion. But all that being said, it really starts with purpose. And, Dwayne, we talked to so many people, both on the show and specifically on the show, both guests and callers, who have retired, and I put that in air quotes, and then found, new passions or embarked on new careers after, quote unquote, retiring. So the one thing I love, probably biggest of all with your teachings and your writings, is that purpose might be one of the most powerful longevity tools that we have. So why does the feeling needed or directed, why does that matter so much to our health, especially as we change with age?
Yeah, I love this topic. I could talk for an hour about it. It's my favorite thing. I have a film company called True Productions, and I've done 13 documentaries. In my 14th documentary, I'm interviewing 100-year-olds. And so it's never been done before where you've sat down with 100 people that are 100 years old. And I just completed about 3 or 4 weeks ago my 45th interview. And it was a 101-year-old guy named Ryan. And after the interview, and it was so spry. I mean, if you were to talk to him, you would thought maybe he's 75 or something. So, Ryan, what are you going to do after this? He goes, well, on Thursday, I always go hit some balls. And I'm like, you're going to the golf course? And this was like in November. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go hit some balls. Or this was in December. And he said, I said, well, are you going to use a cart? And he got really mad. He goes, Dwayne, I've never used a cart in my life. If I can't walk the course, I'm not going out there. That was his purpose, right? He every week he went out, hit some balls around at 101.
Wow.
One of the things that's broken in our country is the fact that we have this vision of retirement. And, I'm going to retire at 63 or 65 or whatever. I'm going to go golf all day, and I'm going to go fishing all day, and I'm going to sleep in and so on. And it really doesn't give us a reason to get out of bed, because you have to have something that is a calling for you that's almost measurable. And so I'm 67 years old. I just wrote this book. I have another book coming out next year called Where's My Purse? It's an all-inclusive guide for people with aging parents. I'm making a movie right now. I have a play that I wrote that's traveling. I have a company that has 3,000 employees. I'm a big collector of a variety of things. I will never, ever retire, because retirement to me is equatable to sudden death. I will always have stuff that makes me get out of bed in the morning and go do it, for a deadline, for an interview, for, to meet someone new. And that's the excitement about life, is bringing new knowledge into our brain. And again, it's about 6 years ago, I took up sculpting. I found a master sculptor in Italy.
I love you.
And I started sculpting. Well, thank you. If you're going to live with me, you got to start loving
That's
me.
true. Right? We got to start somewhere.
So, but I now love sculpting, and I've had galleries that have offered me shows and so on. But I took that skill up at 61, 62 years old. You need to progress. Forget how old you are and just go do life, man. Just go do life.
Dwayne, I can't tell you how much joy you're actually. Lindsay and I are able to see each other through the Google Meet as we do the show together, and we're both smiling from ear to ear. The other thing is, too, though, is that often a lot of people, let me go in the reverse direction, a lot of people have so many things they want to do, and there's something that kids used to say a while back, going, I want to do all the things. And the problem is sometimes is that all the things can be so overwhelming that they end up paralyzing us to do nothing. How does one begin to accumulate the ability to do the stuff that you're doing while at the same time maintaining some sort of healthy, balanced lifestyle that nonetheless allows you to turn your brain off at the end of the day and begin the world anew the next morning?
There's about 3 questions in there, Jimmy, that I'm going to try to unpack.
See my problem? All the questions. I got all the questions with all the
yeah,
things.
That's right. I have a concept called peace at night. In fact, I'm probably at some point we'll write a book about it. And the concept is, after 7 o'clock, your brain should start to turn off, and you should have peace at night. And what does that look like? That means your brain's in this joy mode, right, where you're not taking phone calls, you're not on emails, you're not watching some negative, toxic news show. You're in joy mode, right? And it's really, really important for your brain development. We had a launch party for the book about 3 weeks ago, and there was 100 and some people on the podcast from all over the world. And one of the questions I'll ask, and I'm going to ask you too, the same question is, what is one thing you've never done in your life that you've always dreamed of doing? So Jimmy and Lindsay, what's that one thing in life that you've always fantasized about doing? It doesn't matter how ridiculous it says. Your listeners are not going to judge you. What is that one thing in life that you've always wanted to do and you never did? It's true confession time.
Well, mine is so simple, by the way. I'm a playwright by nature, although it's been a long time since I started this particular career. And all my life, I have just wanted to get on a plane and fly over to England and actually hear my play read by a group of professional actors in studio or in theater in a professional environment.
Wow, that's beautiful. And I think I told you 10 years ago I wrote a play called 7 Ways to Get There with a real playwright. I'm not a playwright.
And a really good theater
and
too. A really good theater, by the way, where you got it done. By the way, really cool.
Yeah, and it was a true story about me being in a men's group and after a divorce and kind of throwing up all my feelings, and it did really well. So, all right, before I comment, Lindsay, what's yours?
So I'm going to say it this way, and what's really funny is I've noticed a lot where I'll say, I wish I could live a life where blah, 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 blah. And then I realize I'm actually doing that. I'll realize I have these dreams, and maybe it's not amplified to how I'm feeling it, but I'm actually doing it. So I'll say, my dream is to live a life where my creativity and my presence is helping other people feel less alone, because I've had to work on seeing myself so that I can see others, or so that actually for my purpose, others can see me. So honestly, Dwayne, it's being able to, and specifically, I guess if it's one tangible thing, I really want to do this. I'm going to call it a one-woman show, but it includes a band. And it's just telling these stories from my life that help other people feel seen, not talking at them, but with them, and then performing. I'm a songwriter and a performer. So coupling those two together and just being in an audience where people are feeling seen through my own wild experiences that I've lived in life. So I need to write the show and perform that show.
That's beautiful. Wow. So I'm gonna suggest one thing for both of you, because both of those things are attainable. In my bathroom, I have a 7-foot-tall, 4-foot-wide manifesting board. And everything I want to come true in my life, I write it out, I put pictures, I tear pictures out of magazines, and I put it on my manifesting board. And you will not, this is part of the visualization that we talk about in the book, you will not believe how effective this is. So I just challenge you to put this, I mean, I could tell you stories of my manifesting boards. I know we're running out of time, but one of the things on my manifesting board was to meet Pope Francis before he died. That happened within 3 months of me putting up on my board, right? So it's not, nothing's impossible. This is this excitement and joy about life, and I know I will bet within 12 months something will happen miraculously that'll take you down both those paths your dreams will come true.
I love this. I would love to have you back and talk specifically about that manifesting board, because I just want to say before I take a break, a couple of years ago on the show, Jim, if you'll remember, I was talking about vision boards. I always ask people here that our staff and listeners to pick their word at the beginning of the year, kind of a North Star for the year ahead. And I brought it up and talked about vision boards, and you know, some truck drivers rolled their eyes, but then within days I had people sending me their vision boards, and they had it up in the cab of their truck. And I believe in that wholeheartedly. The problem is I believe in it for other people, and I speak very well on what I think would be so great for other people to do, and then I realize, oh crap, I'm not doing that in my own life. So would love to have you back and talk specifically about that, and bringing that more into our life. We just appreciate and have loved this so much. It's Dwayne Clark, everybody. The book is Miracle Morning, Your Miracle Morning After 50. And the Miracle Morning routine, there's so much insight in here that is attainable, not just woo. So thank you for balancing science and self-help and woo and practicality and all the things, Dwayne. You're lovely.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
When we come back on the other side, we'll give you a preview of what's to come. I'm also going to give you all of our good friend Dwayne's information so you guys can check him out as well. We'll be right back on the other side of this with country and western music news, a little bit of a preview of what's coming up with OOIDA. Most importantly, Lindsay and I get a chance to kind of talk, and the epiphany I just had, and both of us articulating what we just articulated. We'll be right back. Love you.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Oh, seize that day at Acrisure, seize that day at Fastport, because this is Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
One of the things that Lindsay and I have in common is that often people will show up with an idea and we'll be like, we've been saying that forever. I mean, I can't tell you the number
We
of
said
times.
that. We didn't do it,
Yeah.
but we said that.
Well, no, the things that we don't have had the power to do. I'm gonna be fair about that
Yeah,
too.
we
where
do.
it's like some of the things we don't. We can't form a trucking caucus in Congress. We can't do that.
But we can say caucus, 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 caucus.
And by the way, it got set enough that it manifested itself. The Congressional Trucking Caucus is coming. The idea, which is now just taking shape, is going to bring together lawmakers on a regular basis to talk over trucking issues and take action. Good God Almighty. Representative David Taylor of Ohio, who's the one that kind of took point on all of this, is building a nonpartisan, bipartisan coalition. And he's going to be joining Trucking with OOIDA to discuss how the idea came about, how it's going to work, and how you can help shape the steps the caucus takes. Guys, this is America. No kings, no authorita, no secret committee behind the scenes at a university telling you what you can and can't do. It requires you get involved in this. And Ashley and Scott are going to be talking about that. Plus, they're going to recap a busy 2025 in trucking with Todd Spencer, Louis Pugh,
Pew, 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 pew.
and Andrew King, the king himself, of OOIDA, and look ahead to what the association plans to accomplish in 2026. That's Trucking with OOIDA, with our good friends Scott and Ashley coming up immediately after country and western music news.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
I heard.
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself.
That's me.
Lindsay Lawler.
Fun size on a Monday.
Yeah.
Should have been a cowgirl.
You were.
I should have learned to rope and ride.
You do.
Did you say fun size or fun thighs?
Both.
Both kinds.
All the kinds.
By thighs, we mean the kind you get at a chicken wing place. They're really tiny and lovely.
Yeah.
Could eat them up.
Mm-hmm.
Eat 'em
Usually
up.
your friends have.
Tiny and lovely. I can eat her up.
Yeah.
Welcome back to your country and western music news, because boys, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate Bob Weir. Hundo
bless it.
P. Hundo P, guys.
Down the
We will
Bourbon
kick
Street.
off honoring a legend in all caps who walked across that bridge to the other side this weekend, Jim. Bob Weir, of course, the guitarist, singer, and co-founding member of the Grateful Dead, passed away on Saturday at the age of 78. Here's what's cool, Jim, and
Bob Weir?
yes, here's what's cool, and man, a little eerie, but in a beautiful way.
It's Grateful
About
Dead.
5 months ago, he played what would become his final concert. Ooh, did he know? We'll talk about it. Man, in hindsight, it was such a joyful one. You have to wonder, Jim, if he knew it would be his last on Earth. Now, this wasn't touted as, come see the Dead and Company's final show. That is not how this was built.
They've been toting that for 2 decades.
Yeah, dude, come on. Yeah. But it was on August 3rd, just last year of 2025, at Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. Dead and Company, they took the stage to perform the last of 3 shows honoring Grateful Dead's 60th anniversary. So this was a tour honoring their 60th anniversary, which let that land in general. The concert, it celebrated their very distinctive, of course, place in rock history, Jim. Arguably one of the most distinctive, certainly the one that has produced, I think, the most significant fan following. And when I say following, I mean that in the literal form. Can you think of anyone else whose fans have followed to the extent of being a Deadhead? I mean, I know there's people that, like, when I went to Pearl Jam and there was guys in front of me, that was their 180th show.
No, and the closest one is actually a replicant. The closest one actually uses the same model, which is Fish.
Yeah, but
It's the same model, though. I mean,
they modeled after Dead, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like,
It's a replicant.
Deadheads there are people who changed their life, who their job became following the Dead around.
I'll put it this way. Think about the fact that one of the greatest people in rock and roll history as well, Don Henley, actually has a lyric, "Out on the road today, I saw a Deadhead sticker on a Cadillac." Nobody else gets that kind of reference point. That's exactly it. These are the original gangsters when it comes to get up and go and pick it up and do your thing.
It's incredible. And they've created a culture, and that's when it's something even bigger. But also a deep connection to the Bay Area and the Bay Area cultural specifically. So no one knew, Jim, it would be Weir's final show at the time. In retrospect, because of that, it was such a powerful celebration of his legacy. So that August 3rd, it was the first time all weekend, by the way, that the Golden Gate State Park was not engulfed in fog. Dead and Company put on this killer show. Thousands of Deadheads, many of whom, of course, attended all 3 nights. Duh. They joined in these communal sing-alongs and dances, and the band played all the hits. Now, Jim, here's another thing that's interesting. When I say the Grateful Dead played all the hits, I put hits in there in air quotes because in my mind, when I think of Dead, when you think of Grateful Dead, you don't think of hits. They didn't have the typical radio hit. That's not what they were, because they're in this weird league of their own, I'll say, when it didn't matter if they were on the radio or not. You just jammed to the Dead no matter what they're playing. You don't go to the show and you're like, I hope they play the hits. That doesn't exist in their world. So that in and of itself I find very interesting. So also, well, talk about that in a minute, because that's true. There's not a lot of Fish, again, would be the closest reference, or like a Widespread Panic, but of that caliber. It's even different than, say, the Rolling Stones. Like, when the Rolling Stones come out and try new stuff, you're like, Rolling Stones are somebody, unfortunately, you want to hear the hits. And they have so many hits, so it's different. But the Grateful Dead, they, by the way, this is at the end of this story, but I'm going to say it now because it's very interesting to me. One of their hits, wait, let me see where I put this up. Okay, yeah. The final song of this show, I'm going to unpack the rest of the show, but Jim, the final song of this show, and thus the final performance of Bob Weir's life, was Touch of Grey.
Yep. Just going to mention it. Absolutely.
And that was their 1987 single. That was their only top 10 hit.
That's it.
They had one top 10 hit in their entire career. Holy shit.
See, you got your fist out, say your piece, and get out. I think I get the gist of it, but it's so phony.
Isn't that insane?
And by the way, the only reason it becomes a hit is because of MTV. That really is what puts it over the top. That clever video.
Rest in peace.
That clever video where they all turn into skeletons playing their instrument is the thing that puts it over the top. And it's also one of the few moments where they actually decided to do a little cashing in. It is they're so business savvy.
Dude, I find it no coincidence that Bob Weir died the same weekend after the announcement that MTV gone. Paramount shut down MTV. It's gone. And then Bob Weir dies right after. He was like, I'm going to heaven with MTV. I mean, a little bit. I'm kind of kidding, but also think of the correlation between those two happening at the same time in reference to what you just said about that hit.
It's
fascinating, actually.
It's a weird thing, too, and it's like one of those, and by the way, we've talked to Scott Shea about this. We've talked to a number of other people. We had that great book about the Wall of Sound, too, the idea that, Jerry Garcia literally killed himself keeping that big family alive, playing in shows he shouldn't have had to play in because it would have cost. It's a crazy story. It's an American story. It's the story of Americana. It's a story of marketing. So much passes with this. So much. It's an amazing story. I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah, well, the show in itself, too, this is so cool. Bob Weir came out on stage. He's got his distinctive beard and that customary hat. He's got a black shawl draped over his shoulders. And he looked like, this is a quote I saw somebody say, and I love it. They said he looked like a psychedelic rock wizard, which, wow, what a cool way to be remembered as a psychedelic rock wizard.
Yep.
That's just a badass legacy in and of itself. But, the night began on the show. They do this cover of Sam Cooke's Good Times. Think about how cool this show was. They start out with the cover of Good Times by Sam Cooke. Then they do some of their classic tunes, China Cat Sunflower into I Know You Rider. They do a rendition of They Love Each Other, which was released on Garcia's 76 solo album called Reflections. And then they do Shakedown Street, which featured moments of Michael Jackson's Wanna Be Startin' Something and the Commodore's Brick House. And then the first set, yes, because they took a break, the first set closes with this high-energy performance of Deal, another from Garcia's solo disc. But they take this break, which is very funny in a massive concert, but that clocks with the Dead and also their age. And then Dead & Company, they return for a second set, which featured, here we go, Trey Anastasio from Fish, of course, who delivered Scarlet Begonias and Fire on the Mountain. Ugh. And then John Mayer comes out to this jam on drums and space, and then he leads them in Sugary and Sugar Magnolia. the final song of the night, of course, like I said, was Touch of Grey. And at the end, Bob Weir and the fellow bandmates, they come out on stage. Everybody cheers with massive approval. They wrap their arms around each other. They have this group bow and this very heartfelt celebration that's now cemented in rock history forever, ever, which, I mean, who could have done it better than Bob Weir closing out his legacy like that 5 months before he actually takes his leave? And to tie it all back to country music, by the way, because, you know, they are very, you can hear country music, of course. There is roots, of course, of country music and the Grateful Dead. Come at me.
I'll help you out. Let me tell you something.
But...
Let me tell you something. The Flying Burritos and the Grateful Dead are prototype Americana. That is where I would say that is the first time somebody fused rock and roll, country music, and folk in a really kind of coherent whole. Because Dylan didn't get there. Dylan doesn't get there. These guys do. Sorry. Continue.
No, don't be sorry at all. But yeah, of course, you can hear it in there. And many fans actually know, big fans of them, know that the Judds, they had a professional connection to Bob Weir, specifically of the Dead. He and Winona Judd, they shared the stage just last January for that Music Cares Person of the Year ceremony. But Winona Judd claims that Weir is family to them. She says that he showed up actually when her mom passed, when Naomi passed away. They did the big celebration of life here in Nashville, and she says that Bob Weir showed up. They had a private celebration of life, and he showed up, no cameras, nothing. She said he joined the family on stage with friends and musical peers. She said, "I will forever be honored from that friendship that turned into family." He's been on stage and performed with Winona quite a bit, and I love this. Winona said, "They say that when the student is ready, the teacher appears. Robert Weir showed up in my life just at that time, and I'm so thankful to have yet another opportunity to celebrate our musical gifts together." That's a pretty good teacher to show up when you're ready, and cool connection. And
what a great connection to the beginning of this show. We talk about the idea of finding that teacher, finding that mentor.
Absolutely. The song that would find a home actually on Winona Judd's Recollections album. It was also included covers of songs by Nina Simone and John Prine, but they did that song together on her record, Ramble on Rose, and a studio cover of it. And it's just, I bring all that up with Winona actually and Bob Weir to remind you that these musicians, these legends, they're also humans, and they have real human connections when they experience loss from somebody in their community. It's just the same as if you're a truck driver and somebody dies in your trucking community. When someone dies in your music community, no matter if you're a legend, I think we're all legends in our own right, but a household name legend or a legend in your community, in your trucking industry, we're all human, and that connection is really felt. So long live Bob Weir, Jimmy Mack.
Really quickly, on a very, very minor note, there was a member of the theater community in New Orleans that passed away a couple of years ago, and I wasn't fond of him in the way that, like a friend or anything. I found him to be persnickety. And
I love that word.
A little bit difficult, and a little bit full of himself in a way that I don't think that his ego matched his talents. His ego was considerable; his talents were not. But I will say this: I have a dear, dear friend of mine who is one of the most overlooked actresses in New Orleans, and has made her feel very small. He and I shared one thing in common, Lindsay. He was in complete and total agreement with me that it was unfair what was happening to this actress. And for that and that alone, because she was such a dear friend of mine, when he passed, I felt it, because I knew my friend had lost one of her great champions as well. And we don't realize how much of an impact even those people were only tangentially connected to, or indirectly connected to, how their passing can often affect us profoundly. So
I'll never forget when I found out my mentor, who was a radio kid Craddock, even for all of our tumultuous relationship, I remember where I was when I was called and told he passed. I was walking in and feeding somebody's dog, and my neighbor, and somebody called me, and I just sort of passed out on her kitchen floor. And because it was about him, but it was also about a piece of me dying, because he had created so much in me, and I'll never forget how that felt. So, we hug your people. That's all I got. Okay, so pivoting, but also continuing on the legend, on the legend, stay in front. Country legend. So, Jim, I love this. So, a bill has been filed to rename 2 different bridges and 1 roadway in Oklahoma after the late, great country music icon, I should have been a cowboy, Toby Keith. How cool is this? However, let me read it, then I'll tell you what sort of made me sad. So actually the Republican Oklahoma State Senator Lisa Standridge, excuse me, she filed Senate Bill 1475. It would rename the bridge over State I-35 and Indian Hills Road in Norman, Oklahoma. Boomer Sooner! It would rename it the Toby Keith Memorial Bridge. I drove over that bridge so many times when I went to the University of Oklahoma. It would also change the name to Toby Keith Memorial Interchange should a new bridge or interchange be built at the same location later. So not only is it naming this, it's also planning for future should anything shift. Adding that bill makes sure that the namesake will always stick no matter what
the name remains the same.
Yeah, no matter the future construction or other projects that occur. The bill also seeks, it will name a potential future spur from Indian Hills Road to I-35 to connect I-44 there. It would call that Toby Keith Parkway. Here's where I get extra excited, though, too. If that plan has been spoken out about already in the past and all the past comes to fruition, there's a plan to build a bridge over the Canadian River from that potential spur that would be named the Should Have Been a Cowboy Bridge after Toby Keith's first major hit. The part that makes me sad is that he's gone. Okay, now, yes, he's looking down from heaven. He'll see these bridges. But I just started thinking, Jim, about not too little too late, but so many times that we honor people when they're gone. And I know it's hard to do it. There's too many people, there's...
Boy, it's a good question.
There's billions of people in the world. How do we honor them all while they're living? I don't know the answer to it. I know this is awesome for his family. This is awesome for Oklahoma, who love Toby Keith so much. This is awesome for country music, all those things. But what about for Toby? Like, Toby was never up on those award shows, and it was a big thing that continued on. Why? No one really could answer. There's musings and talkings about it, but outwardly, but it's such an interesting conversation, how we appropriately honor people while they're living versus when they're dead. I don't know the answer, but that's what I felt heavy on my chest while I was reading this.
Let me lift a little bit of that weight off for you.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
Is that a fat joke?
Yes, it is,
Okay,
actually.
go
It's about
on.
me because I'm the one causing the weight. I think the best way you can honor people when they're alive, and this is the absolute truth, is to help them call attention to the causes because I've always said anybody worth honoring like that is someone who didn't just contribute a good feeling about their music, but often contributed in other ways. And one of the ways you can really help honor them while they're alive is figure out the causes that are important to them and be a part of those causes, and to call attention in a way that they won't, as many people won't who do good deeds. They won't make a point of, telling people they're doing good deeds, letting people know that they're doing good deeds and honor them for those things by giving them the keys to the city, having a day declared in their honor, maybe once a year or something. The reason we do bridges and airports and all that, Lindsay, if we do it right, is we're doing it to honor, to remind people of our history. And I don't have a problem with naming things for people after they've gone. I think it makes people awkward. I mean, I don't know how I'd feel about driving across a bridge with my name on it.
Yeah, I guess that's true. That'd be weird.
But it's a good way. How do we make sure that when those honors are bestowed after they died, it isn't too little too late? And one of the things we can do is, just give you an example. The city of Franklin today declares next Friday, Lindsay Lawler Day.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait for that day.
Yeah, but
that sounds like a great day.
But that's a really good. You have this moment, and like I said, when I got that wonderful award that Chris Gonzalez worked with Brad Bentley and Roger Fry and all of our Roger Fair and all of our friends over there to give me that lovely award, that Patriot Award. I have to tell you, man, I was literally walking on sunshine despite the hurricane for weeks after that, of just people saying, "I see you," and I think that the big thing, even more than award ceremony, is when communities acknowledge the good that people do, even if that good is simply making people feel better about what they've accomplished on stage. And that way, what's the great joke at the end of Deep Impact when they're all going to have to fly the shuttle into the middle of the asteroid and blow it sky high? She says, "Look at the good news." And they said, "What?" She said, "Well, all have high schools named after us."
Love it. But at least they knew going into, they knew it.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's ride.
Yeah,
let's roll.
Let's
Let's
roll.
roll. Let's roll.
Yeah.
Well, I do love it for Toby's family as well. They're all very close. But it's Toby Keith, by the way, he was born in Clinton, Oklahoma, which is about 2 hours from the location of the bridge. Well, 120 miles, probably something like that. That would be renamed in his honor. And it also looks to create, the bill also looks to create some sort of method for Oklahomans this is cool, to contribute to the creation of artwork like graffiti, or which could get a little it could get a little dicey, but anyway, on the new bridge or interchange, you could do some art. Could get squirrely if you remember Jason Aldean's hometown mural in Macon, Georgia. That did not go as planned, but as long as we stay true to good intention around it, it could be really cool for people to come and kind of pay their respects in a way that you would, put flowers or something. You could do it in some artwork. So pretty cool. Okay, I want to talk about this briefly, Jim, because country music star Chase Rice, I don't know how much you know about him. He's a younger generation of country, but he has a huge following. And he opened up on Instagram this week, and he said he's taking a break from touring. He said he wants to clarify it's a break. It's not a goodbye or anything like that, that he's exhausted. And don't say, woe is him. He has toured straight for 13 years. 13 years, this guy, and some people don't even know his name. A lot of people that know him and know him big. He's huge in country, but 13 years of touring. I know truck drivers will say, I've been driving for 50 years. I get it. It's all relative, but we do consume his music. So let's think about what goes into it. He said, and I quote, I haven't been able to be myself on stage in quite a while and really just enjoy music and why I got into it in the first place. Yes, he's been touring 13 years, but he's been doing it way longer, by the way. He's been touring professionally 13 years. He said, I haven't been able to enjoy why I got into it in the first place. I love songs. I love living them. I love hearing stories from other people. I love figuring out how to put that life into music. He is 40, by the way. This isn't a 20-year-old. The 40-year-old, he mentioned that touring finally beat me up to the point where I need to step away for a while. I love that he recognized this. Finally, he said, I need to go. Here's what I want to talk about, Jim. He said, I need to go live life so that I have more real experiences to write down. I won't be touring this year and for the foreseeable future until I'm ready. And it wasn't even really a decision. It was something I knew that I had to do in order to save myself. A lot of artists do this all the time, but it's new for me. And it is taking a leap of faith, Jim. And I'm sure the powers that be in the machine that is the record business, I'm going to guess didn't support this decision. And I love, some may have, the healthy ones may have, the others, one saw their paycheck perhaps dwindling. And good on you, Chase Rice, for being healthy and saying, I'm stepping away. I got to live some life. If you want my music, if you want to continue to stream my music for free, I got to go take care of myself so I can write some of that music. It's an important thing to say. I think truck drivers could, sometimes it's why they have the forced reset. It's never enough. We always need vacation. We always need that time away from whatever it is we do so that we can come back and appreciate what we do.
Yeah. The idea of going back to Dwayne, the idea that you need to create that space because at the end of the day, a certain level of selfishness becomes one of the most selfless things you can do for the people in your life and the people whom you serve. That if you are not able to kind of tap into your best self, you don't serve your audiences on the road, and you don't serve the people you love back at home. And all of you out there listening, take that to heart. I know you're chasing dollars. I understand that. But every once in a while, make a plan. Make a plan right now to find that moment when you can actually take an exit ramp and spend some time with the people you love to make sure that you actually can serve your employer better when you get back out there, even if your employer is yourself.
Well, and think about it with truck drivers, Jim, of course, such a big, beautiful part of our audience, the majority of our audience. Think about this. If we're trying, I say all the time that we're great at within the industry telling each other how great trucking is. It's outside the industry that needs to not only hear that, but see and feel the impact of that. So think about this, Jim. If a truck driver was like, I'm taking however much time he can, whether that's a day, a week, a month, whatever it is, and gets out in his community. So many of the citizen drivers from TA Petro, where they really focus on that citizen driver award, focuses on the trucker's life lived. Yes, the safety, the millions of miles safety, accident free. They focus on all that, but so much of it is about their volunteer work in their community, them being veterans, them being foster parents, whatever it may be, volunteering in their community. And that is the impact that needs to be seen. So think about a truck driver that's like, I'm going to spend the week and just go around to my local grocery stores and shake some people's hands. It's almost like a truck driver being a politician in his local grocery store, somebody checking out being like, hey, all those eggs you just bought, Guess what? I brought that. It'd be like seeing a little local celebrity in your hood and being like, I don't get these eggs without you here. And that's pretty cool. Just those subtle reminders. You don't have to come in and hold a sign up, but just meet people. I would love truckers to proudly say when they enter a space with non-truck drivers, be like, I'm a truck driver. Here's, and and say what you haul. Tell people outside of trucking what you do. You don't have to preach about it. It's just subtle, gentle reminders that the what you do makes the world tick. And I think that could be a really positive shift if drivers had that time, or when you're out, go to restaurants, meet some people, proudly, boldly say what you do for a living, because more people need to know. Thank you.
That is your TED Talk, by the way.
Is my TED
Nicely done.
The T in TED stands for trucking here.
One of my favorite things that I've tried to get truck drivers to do, ask me what I do for a living.
What do you do for a living, Jimmy Mac?
How often do you go to Home Depot? Do you ever go to Home Depot or Lowe's?
Oh, my dad goes every other day.
Well, then I'm the guy that brings all the stuff that arrives there. Figure out where you deliver stuff to, and then ask somebody when they ask you what you do for a living, something connected to it, and just say, everything that gets there because I bring it.
I should have been a trucker. I love it. I love it. Okay, finally on this day in country and western music history. Here, I love this. In 1915, born on this day in Decatur, Illinois, you've probably never heard of her, but I'm about to tell you why you should know of her, as an American country music singer-songwriter named Jenny Lou Carson. She was, by the way, the first woman to write a #1 country music hit. The first woman to ever do it in 1945. That hit was called You Two-Timed Me One Too Often. One time too often. You two-timed me one time too often. Yeah, girl, get it, Jenny Lou Carson. I'd like to know who he was. From 1945 to 1955, she was one of the most prolific songwriters in country music. If you haven't heard of her, say her name 3 times today. Jenny Lou Carson. Jenny Lou Carson. Happy birthday to you. That's your country and western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Coming up next is Trucking with OOIDA. Jimmy Mac, Dre, hope you have the best day. Everybody listening, get home safe. Tell somebody what you do.
Great show, by the way. You're the best.
You're the best.
Well, thank you. Change his route tomorrow.
You, whoever you are.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Happy 2026 from the Allen Lund Company to all the owner-operators across the U.S.
On today's Trucking with OOIDA, U.S. Representative David Taylor of Ohio on the formation of the first ever Congressional Trucking Caucus.
And Todd Spencer, Louis Pugh, and Andrew King of OOIDA recap a busy 2025, then look to the year ahead in trucking.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA as we welcome in a special guest today, someone who's been spearheading efforts on Capitol Hill on English language proficiency requirements and more recently launched Congress's first ever trucking caucus. He's Representative David Taylor of Ohio, and he joins us now. Congressman, thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Happy New Year. Are you a resolutions kind of guy?
I should have added a few to the list, but I didn't. How about you?
My resolution is the same every year. It's basically to try and do better.
Yeah.
I'll keep you updated as to how that's going. We got a lot to talk to you about here, and I know you've hit the ground running here in this new year there in Congress with a number of issues that you're taking up there. Obviously, we're going to focus on trucking here. because it's our focus here. And I guess we can start with this Congressional Trucking Caucus. Really cool idea. I know Ashley and I, when we heard about it, we thought, why isn't this already a thing? Because it makes so much sense. Can you kind of walk us through, I suppose, what this is, what you're going to do here, and kind of how the idea came about as well?
Absolutely. I come from a trucking background. I was in the ready-mix concrete business before this, and we did our own dry bulk trucking too. So I've been around trucks since I was a kid. And I was very surprised there wasn't a trucking caucus already, because there's literally basically a caucus for everything here. And as important as trucking is to our nation, I was really shocked that there wasn't one. So, honestly, the response so far has been fantastic. As you know, it's a bipartisan caucus that we're starting. Shamari Figures of Alabama is one of my co-founding colleagues here, and everybody I talk to says they want to be on that for good reason, because absolutely every district in the country is affected by trucking, and in mostly very positive ways. But the idea behind it was to address all the concerns that are sort of coming to a head right now, but that we've known about for a long time. We want truckers to be safe on the road. We want other people to be safe around truckers on the road. We want truckers to be prosperous in their business. Those are the main goals of the caucus, but there's a million different underlying pieces to those issues, from the CDL issues to time of service issues to any number of them. You might have already mentioned that we've sponsored a couple pieces of legislation around the English proficiency need for non-domicile CDLs. All the problems we're seeing those cause from the usual suspect states, but another small one along those lines that our office sponsored was the weight and length of big trucks they're hot button issues. Anything you do in or around those two topics are going to set somebody's hair on fire. But one very common sense one that we talked about was when a semi with the trailers broke down on the side of the road and has to be towed. Under current rules, they have to break that truck down in unsafe conditions and move those two pieces separately to respect the length requirements. Well, we're sponsored a bill to say, to at least the next safe place where you can break that vehicle down, you tow the entire truck with the tow truck. And this is not, nobody's going to be able to, sort of abuse that statute to their benefit in as far as hauling rates or anything. This is just something that protects tow truck drivers, first responders. There's going to be police on the scene of those situations a lot of times, flagging traffic, makes travelers on the road safer. So basic little things like that, ideas will be not just from my office, but it sounds like from lots of different offices. Hopefully will drive this caucus to be a real valuable thing.
Can you kind of take us back and talk about where the idea came from for the caucus?
Well, we were talking about trucking issues early on mainly because of my background. Kenworth builds 85% of their trucks in my district, and as I said, I've been around trucks from time I was a little kid. So it's an issue that was in the forefront of my mind, and I didn't really come here to even join a bunch of caucuses. I'm here to learn. This is my first term, if you didn't already say that. So I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel, but absolutely was shocked that there wasn't a caucus here for that. And there are so many, issues that seem like they could really be pretty easily solved, or at least easily made a lot better with a little directed federal government action. The last basically part of society you want involved in fixing your problems is the federal government, but there are certain things where it's required. And our interstate highway system, it's a huge benefit. It runs through every basically state in the country, and it's our job to make sure those roads are safe. So that was sort of the impetus, was beyond the primary goals of safety and prosperity for our truck drivers, our people who have to drive alongside them.
You mentioned you've had a lot of people interested in joining the caucus, which I think is encouraging, because as you pointed out, no matter where you're from, you're going to have truckers in your district who have issues that they are concerned about. And you've got a bipartisan group of lawmakers who are in this caucus. We would be remiss, I think, and I do want to talk about that, but I think we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the passing of Congressman Doug LaMalfa, who championed a number of trucking-related causes over the years. He was a member of this caucus, kind of a founding member of this caucus.
Right.
Our condolences, obviously, to his family and his friends, and to you as well. This is a big loss. Just wanted to give you a chance to maybe talk a little bit about the congressman and his contributions and your interactions with him.
Absolutely. We just learned of the loss of Representative LaMalfa yesterday. Not only was he going to be a founding member of the trucking caucus, and he will be, honestly, he was on board from the get-go and would have been an ongoing tremendous benefit to the caucus, but we were on the agriculture committee together, and he's a vital part of that committee as well. We're just sort of getting to become friends. It's a big group of people. You're trying to establish relationships when you're a new guy like me, but he's one of the very welcoming ones. And I'm thankful for, I'm not the kind of guy that's always going to come up and tell you how I feel about things, but just by chance, I did get to tell Doug how much I appreciated, how much, he was an effusive guy. He talked a lot in committee. I'm a listener, and I want to say, how much I appreciate it. I'm glad I got the chance to say how important I thought he was to the committee and to my ability to, grow into the role.
And as far as, his role and the role that people will have there on the caucus, can you talk a little bit about the interest that you're receiving? And again, I don't think we can understate this enough, or overstate this enough, rather, that this is a bipartisan group of lawmakers, which is incredibly important, especially these days. Washington is so divided. This is an issue that certainly it seems like lawmakers care about and want to do something with. Talk about that interest that you're hearing from folks out there.
Basically, nobody that I've spoken to about the caucus hasn't said, sign me up. Because just like you said, highway safety is a bipartisan issue. American prosperity is a bipartisan issue. These things shouldn't drive a wedge between us. Absolutely everything that anybody receives at their home at some point was on a truck, almost, unless you grew your veggies in your backyard or something. Everything came to you in one way or another on a truck. So everybody has a vested interest, not only in the safety of how it's done, but in the people that perform that job make enough money to have a good living. We want those people to prosper. We want young people to want to be truckers because we're always going to need them. So yeah, the interest has been good, and this is just a little bit of word of mouth early on, and already it's mushrooming. But we're planning to have an event with stakeholders, perhaps even you guys can join us, and invite members, get the word out, because a lot of people don't know the trucking caucuses here. There are, like I said, there are probably 1,000 caucuses out here, and I couldn't name more than maybe 25 of them. So we want to get the word out to say, hey, the trucking caucus is here. We want your input. We want to make, the trucking situation in general in the United States better. There's a lot of focus going on. There's focus, as you guys, I'm sure, are very aware, that Lee Zeldin, the new director of the EPA, is taking a good look at regulations that have been, frankly, counterproductive and increase the risk for our drivers in a lot of circumstances. And he's they had the public comment time frame already passed on some upcoming rules. They haven't announced some of those rules yet, but obviously we're very excited to hear what the result of that is. I think it's going to be super beneficial for truckers in general and for everybody, for the safety of the American traveler. So it's very exciting. I get accused of being an optimist, and I'm guilty of that, but I have a feeling it's gonna take off, and it's gonna be a real benefit.
I think that's good. A little optimism is good.
Yeah, it is good. It's needed, probably,
Yes.
especially these days. You talk about the optimism too, and I think I can almost hear people's eyes glazing over when you talk about caucuses and Congress doing this and taking on this issue and that issue. There is some pessimism, I think, amongst people out there, and understandably so, when it comes to some of these issues. But I would imagine part of the caucus's job here is going to be educating lawmakers. Given your background, I think you understand these issues better than some. There are certainly lawmakers who don't understand trucking issues very well, which is why it's important for people to reach out and educate them. I would imagine that's going to be kind of the caucus's job as well, to kind of look at these issues and educate your colleagues as to why this is so important. Is that something you've thought about?
Absolutely. Well, I foresee us having, a quarterly or so sessions for invite non-members of the caucus along with members of the caucus to just get a little update on what's new, what's been dealt with, potential future challenges and opportunities. Just keeping this vital issue in the forefront of people's minds. Like you said, a lot of people their eyes will glaze over just when you say trucking. They're like, I don't care about trucking. I go to the grocery store, my stuff's already there. I don't really worry about how it gets there. But I think when people find out a lot of the things that truckers have to deal with, some of the things we've already talked about, they're going to get more interested because it affects their constituents, and it's everybody's here is looking for something good to go tell their constituents, right? So if they can go back there and tell them, say, I'm helping this class of workers in our area, and I'm also making your kids safer. I'm getting your goods to you faster and at a competitive price. So all those things are positives that people like to go back to their district with. There's really no partisan tripwires or anything attached to. So if we can get just a little bit of groundswell on those things, not only will it educate more members, but it'll make our job of improving the state of trucking generally a lot easier.
Can we touch a little bit on your background? You mentioned growing up around trucks and your family's concrete business, which I can only assume, like Scott mentioned, would be a huge benefit to this caucus. But just talk to me a little bit about your background with that.
Sure. My grandfather had a construction business from the time I was a little kid. So I worked around that growing up, from running heavy equipment to pushing a broom, everything in between. Then I went to college and law school. I became an assistant prosecutor in my home county for a number of years. And then as my dad approached retirement, he was running my grandfather's ready-mix concrete business. I transitioned to run that. I stayed involved at the prosecutor's office over the years in a part-time role. But most of my professional life's been delivering ready-mix concrete. We used to make concrete blocks, which I don't recommend. It's a terrible job. Thank you for the people out there who do it.
For sure.
But it's just you're around trucking. Everything you get that you don't haul to yourself has to get delivered. I wasn't sitting on a quarry or anything. I had to have gravel and sand delivered. We hauled our own cement powder, fly ash before the EPA ruined that rule, and Grand Sim, you name it, dry bulk trucking. But it's always been in a real rural area, so it's a little different than trucking situations in the city. But just been around those kind of things ever since I was a kid.
And you've been in office for what, about a year now? A little over a year now?
Yeah, it was today, the 7th year and 4 days, something like that.
Year and 4 days. Not that you're counting,
right?
But I imagine this is a bit of a change of pace for you. It's quite different, these two things you're talking about there.
For sure. And I had never been involved in anything political before this. I never really intended to. We had a fantastic representative before me of the Ohio 2nd District, Brad Winstrup. His name doesn't pop to everybody's mind right away, but he's the guy, if you recall, when Steve Scalise got shot during that baseball practice, he was an Iraq combat medic, and he was the guy that saved Steve Scalise's life that day. And that's just one piece of a long story of great service from Brad Winstrup, which he continues to serve in other ways. But basically, they changed the district I'm in for Congressman Winstrup's last term, and they took the county that Cincinnati's in out of it, and it became all Appalachian counties along the Ohio River, along Kentucky border, and up through West Virginia a little bit. My family's Appalachian on both sides. My dad comes from tobacco farms in Kentucky. My mom comes from coal mines in West Virginia. So we spent our lives, my grandfather really focused on trying to make things better for folks in Appalachia when he became more successful in the construction business. So we sort of were immersed in that our whole lives. So I felt a little bit less important these days at the at the concrete plant, a right-hand man who sort of takes care of all the fun stuff. So it seemed like an opportunity to help the folks of Appalachia whose issues I'd been, immersed in for all those years. And so far, so good.
So you've been in Washington for a year. You described yourself earlier as an optimist. Are you as optimistic now as you were, a little more than a year ago?
I think more so. I think the groundwork's really been laid in 2025 for an amazing 2026. I think people are going to see a tremendous change come April 15th. The ones that don't already see it are going to see what was really in the one big beautiful bill then. And there's more to come. I think, truckers are going to have a fantastic year, I believe, and especially if we can get some common sense stuff passed, especially if we can repeal some of the crazy emissions rules, which I think we got a chance of doing. If we can protect American jobs and American travelers by enforcing common sense CDL laws, I think we're looking at a real change for the positive in 2026 and beyond. So, yeah, I'm sort of incurable on the optimist front, but I really think there is some objective evidence for feeling pretty good about what's to come.
Well, there's been incredible momentum, Ashley, which maybe you were going to talk about there, just this past year with English language proficiency and the bills that you've introduced, non-domiciled CDLs. I'm sure that's something you've been keeping an eye on as well. That's probably driving some of that optimism is what you've seen over the past several months.
For sure. And in trucking specifically, yes, that's huge. I'm sure it's been driving truckers absolutely crazy for a long time dealing with that situation because, I've seen people right in Ohio. I saw a testimonial from a truck driver who was talking to a PUCO officer who said the previous 5 drivers he pulled over and consecutively couldn't speak English. I mean, that's got to be incredibly frustrating and then all the shenanigans that go on when they're at a truck stop or a load unload depot situation that's caused by the inability to communicate. That goes beyond the safety issues on the highway. So yeah, if we can get some of these things across the line and enforced, and they're really going to leverage the Secretary of Transportation. Duffy has spoken many times, and he's already started hitting the states that are putting these people on the roads with us where it hurts, with withholding funds from California, Washington. I'm sure New York's on the docket since they're handing out CDLs where the person doesn't even give their last name. So yeah, I think in the trucking specific area, we're on the verge of major improvements on the legislative level that are all enforceable. But I think the other good thing that truckers have to look forward to is the economy generally is going to boom, and there's going to be more demand for their work, and they'll be as busy as they want to be.
Yeah, 2025 certainly was a busy year. I wanted to ask you, back in May, you introduced Connor's Law, which would require CDL holders to communicate in English well enough to operate safely. Then in November, you introduced the Commercial Motor Vehicle English Proficiency Act. Can you just talk about the origins of those bills?
Yeah, it addresses 2 different problems. We got thousands and thousands, we don't know how many people out there with CDLs who are not proficient in English. Connor's Law actually returns, I think, a law that was from, I can't remember if it was 1937 or 1933, but there's a law that said you had to be proficient in English, be able to read the signs, be able to communicate in English, or you'll be taken out of service. Under the Obama presidency, they removed the out of service punishment for getting caught not having the proficiency in English to be operating a vehicle. So they give you a ticket and send you on your way, a ticket you can't read, by the way. So Connor's Law will return to taking those drivers out of service, which, you think about the companies that are hiring these guys, there's no, if the truck's going to end up getting where it was supposed to go, even if you got somebody that can't read or speak English in it, there's no detriment to the ticket. They don't care about the ticket. They're making way more money on the delivery than the ticket it's costing doing business. So if you start taking that load out of the chain, and that truck is impounded, and then this guy's walking, that's a whole different level of pain for the company too. The Commercial Motor Vehicle English Proficiency Act, it deals with the origin story of it. So currently you have to take the I'm telling you what you already know. You have to take the driving test in English, but you really don't have to be proficient in English to pass the driving part. This will require them to take the written, the knowledge part of the test in English without a translator, so that we know that they can read and understand English enough to pass this written test. So one sort of wants one's for the egg, one's for the chicken, right? The chicken's already out. We got to get them back. We don't want to let them become chickens until they got CD, until we know that they're proficient in English.
Well, and the big thing too with OOIDA and this issue in particular that you're talking about is this is a safety issue by and large, and this comes down to safety. If you've got someone out there who can't read road signs and can't communicate with law enforcement, you're making roads less safe. And that, again, getting back to the bipartisan nature of all of this, that should be a bipartisan issue, you would think, right? If you're talking about safety. And I know you've had conversations with your colleagues there, in trying to get them to sign on to your bills here specifically. Is that a case that you feel they are understanding when you explain that to them? And I see you kind of smiling there. I know that maybe it's not being received by everybody the same way, but
right.
That's the way you're essentially selling this, I would imagine.
Well, I don't want to be overly political. We're talking about a bipartisan issue here, but it does seem like one of the central planks of the Democrat platform is bringing in and keeping as many illegal immigrants as they can. So anything that affects their livelihoods here, some of them are not going to sign on to. That makes it difficult to be as bipartisan as we might. But there are some reasonable folks on that side of the aisle, and I do expect some bipartisan, some reasonable amount of bipartisan support for these bills, because it's hard to look your constituents in the eye and say, yes, I want people that can't read and speak English driving 80,000-pound vehicles through cities, or at high rates of speed on the highway. But the immigration aspect of it is very hard to overcome for a lot of them. So it's that part will be interesting to me to see where the chips fall.
Now, you're a co-sponsor on a few other trucking-related bills, truck parking being one of them. Any other trucking issues that are on your radar?
We're collecting trucking issues. That's one of the goals of the caucus, honestly, is to really be a clearinghouse for good ideas going forward with trucking, because there are, again, I'm preaching the choir, but there's such a long, and dense amount of regulations on the trucking industry. Not that anyone wants it to be unregulated. We want it to be wisely, fairly, properly regulated. But I think we need to, and hopefully we can sort of treat this caucus as a investigative committee on some of those things, and we'll have people bring forward, whether it comes from stakeholders or members or truckers generally, the things they're facing between, the crazy things that happen sometimes when you have to have an accident on the road. It's not even your fault, but all the things truckers have to go through in a accident where it's not their fault just because they have CDLs. I recall one case back in the day from my ready-mix concrete days. I had a driver took a wrong turn down this old gravel lane, figures out it's a wrong turn, and he's backing out, but it's right along the edge of this creek, and the side of it's real soft, so truck rolls over in the creek. He's not seriously hurt, but he gets banged up. They take him to the local hospital and give him morphine for the pain, and then they came in and drug tested him and failed him for having morphine.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, guys, let's have common sense here. But we just want to really take a good look at as much as we can, because it's vital. It's never going away. And when I say that, I immediately start thinking of autonomous trucks, and I think that's probably going to get looked at. But if we're going to go down that road, we have to go down that road extremely carefully. And I think hopefully in a limited capacity.
Yeah. Preaching to the choir here on that one too. Yeah. Do you have a timeline for the caucus? When meetings start or anything like that?
Now we're back from. We've been waiting for the holiday break to end. I'm currently looking for dates that I can get the existing founding members of the caucus, as many of them there as possible, working with ATA down the street, because they have a facility right nearby that we could host stakeholders, members, and hopefully attract more members. So my goal is to get that done in the next 30 to 45 days, because I want to get it rolling while literally iron's hot because people are, I'm going to oversell it, but everybody I talk to is like, yeah, why don't we have one of those? I'm like, we do now. Let's get in it.
Yeah. Well, again, we commend you on this because it's a great idea. And again, anytime something like this happens, I think to myself, why wasn't this a thing already? So I'm, again, applauding you for spearheading this. We know you're very busy. We appreciate you taking time to speak with us, Congressman. Any final words before we let you go to our truck driving friends out there?
Just tell them to stay safe and appreciate their hard work over the holidays. I know they were working double and triple time. So stay safe, and we'll try to make things better for you soon.
Well, we'd love to catch up with you after the caucus gets up and going, and we see some results there, because I feel like you are going to get some good results. So we'll look forward to talking to you again in the future.
That sounds great. Looking forward to it, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Take care.
Bye-bye.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
It's Tuesday.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It is a new year, and to say 2025 was an eventful one would be an understatement. We really haven't had a chance to recap all that OOIDA accomplished over the past year. So we're going to do that now, while also looking ahead at 2026 with three guys that Friends of Trucking with OOIDA will know quite well. We've got Todd Spencer, President and CEO of OOIDA, Louis Pugh, Executive VP of OOIDA, and Andrew King, Director of the OOIDA Foundation. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us.
Glad to.
Thanks for having us.
Good to be here.
And Happy New Year. We actually just spoke recently with Congressman David Taylor about his New Year's resolutions. Are any of you resolutions kinds of guys? Andrew's laughing. Andrew, are you a resolutions guy? Is that why you're laughing, or you're not one?
Not really. I think resolutions are just, you're just setting yourself up for failure. You got to change your life. It's not just anyway, it can be good for some people.
We got to subscribe to your TED Talk to get more insights on that.
I should give one.
You should. I think you should.
Yeah.
Todd, Louis, you guys, are you guys resolutions kind of guys?
Hey, look, the average resolution, I'm told by those that follow the issue, is they last on average 9 days. So exactly.
They have a name for it too, right? I think it's like January 9th is like, what's it called? Like Skipping Day or Resolution. There's some name for it, yeah. And that's
freedom
from resolutions, yeah.
Freedom.
Louis.
Hey, my resolution was to come back to work, and here I am. So I fulfilled mine.
There you go.
You
You've
made
succeeded.
it.
Aim low, and you'll succeed.
That's right. That's the key. You don't want to make unrealistic ideas like losing weight and stuff like that crazy kind of stuff.
Just forget it. Don't even worry about it. We've actually been meaning to get the three of you on here to talk for a while now about the Midwest Commercial Vehicle Safety Summit. Happened in our backyard here in Kansas City in mid-December. It's been a while, but the holidays, we've had travel, we've had the flu kind of derailing some of those plans. But here we are. Just real quick, I don't think we need to spend a whole lot of time necessarily recapping what you guys talked about there. But there were quite a few people there, right? FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars was there, law enforcement, truck drivers, researchers, OOIDA, of course. The idea kind of getting everybody together to make our roads safer. Louis, we can start with you here. Just kind of your takeaway from that summit and, what you learned from there.
Oh, I enjoy it. I think these things are important. It's because generally the folks there are the people that are down in the trenches trying to get the work done or get things done. In this case, it's DOT folks and enforcement folks. There was some others. I talked to a couple other truckers that were there, so it was good to see a little bit of trucking there. I'd like to see more, of course, but my part we all three were on different panels independently. Mine was on the freight fraud issue and what we're seeing, and it was myself, some folks from an FMCSA. So I kind of gave the trucking aspect, trucking problem, trucking issue, and then they talked about what they're doing on their end to try to remedy this situation and problem, which is we know is terrible. I mean, it's a terrible problem. It's hard to catch these people. Unfortunately, it's you hate to say it, but it's almost kind of become the perfect crime.
It does seem like everybody's kind of on the same page in what you're saying there and understanding that it is a problem. It's just coming up with solutions is the harder part.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Todd, you talked truck leasing task force there, and I actually sat in on that conversation. It was a good conversation based on, I think, the success, I think we could say, of that truck leasing task force. Your takeaway from that, it was a good conversation. What did you kind of take from it?
Well, I think in theory, the lease purchase stuff seems like a good idea. Having said that, in practice, what it's evolved to is basically really an opportunity to simply exploit people that basically want to really work hard. Well, generally the deck has usually always been stacked for a small operator against a small operator in trucking. It is simply far more so when it comes to the lease purchase type deals, because for the most part, the best you can say is these are indentured servitude programs. And in reality, most of them are just really shams. They certainly need significant revamping in the approach to put a little integrity in it, or they shouldn't be allowed to exist.
Are you confident that we're going to see more movement? The truck leasing task force, their recommendation essentially, and I'm kind of boiling it down here, but essentially was that this shouldn't be a thing anymore. You think we're going to see some action on that here, in the coming months or years?
Well, I think we're going to see some discussion, some talk. Again, the way D.C. works, there has to be lots of pressure, lots of momentum for them to move at all. And, I'm not sure we're there yet for small operators in trucking. Understand the beneficiaries of all of these systems that generally disadvantage the smaller operators. They have a pretty loud voice, and they're pretty effective at communicating with lawmakers. And, so we have to basically crank up the pressure on our end.
Yeah. One of the things, and Andrew, you were there too, your panel was essentially how the economy and freight conditions affect safety, which I thought is something that maybe isn't talked about really enough. What was kind of the angle that you took there in that conversation?
Yeah, we're just looking at different facets of how trucking and how freight economics in particular can impact safety. One thing that we highlighted was even some of Dr. Belzer's work, which we've mentioned many times in the past. He's made basically his life research on showing that at a certain wage, drivers will actually work less. It has kind of this backward bending supply curve, where it shows that's very important when it comes to safety in general. So just, I think a lot of people don't really understand how important economics play in the role of safety, and just trying to bring that to the attention of the people in the room, and even for those who aren't in it day in and day out, trying to dispel some of the misnomers, the myths, things like driver shortage and what have you, to kind of paint that picture and how that really all plays a role in this safety picture.
Yeah, and certainly important, I think, that OOIDA is involved in these conversations. This one was in our backyard, so it was, easy to get there and take part, but it's important that the association is involved in these conversations, because they're all things that obviously affect individual truck drivers out there in one way or another. So one of those things, that I think is important to keep in mind. And, Ashley, we're talking about 2025 here and kind of looking back to December, but as I said at the beginning there, 2025 was really a busy year on a lot of fronts, right?
Yes, yeah, definitely. Number of accomplishments OOIDA can hang its hat on. Non-domiciled CDL action, English language proficiency enforcement, data queue reforms. The list goes on and on. What are you going to remember when you look back on 2025? And Todd, let's start with you.
What am I going to? Well, certainly the English language proficiency and non-domiciled CDL is certainly a very, very big issue. And it's a very timely issue. It's certainly come to a head, kind of a combination of a lot of factors, and it's going to be one where we're optimistic. This year, we will make some pretty significant progress in getting a handle on and resolving, simply because the system is too loosey-goosey now to continue in its way, the way it is, and it gets to the need for kind of structural reforms in the way the regulators perceive both drivers and carriers and brokers. We need some legitimacy inserted back into our system, and the means to assure that those players actually are legitimate.
Louis, what about you? You look back on 2025.
No, with that being said, of course, non-domicile CDL, English language proficiencies. I think OOIDA and our members hollered about this loud enough and got enough people's attention that we actually got some stuff done. We got, English language put back in the out of service, so that's good. We got FMCSA looking into all this non-domicile CDL stuff that OOIDA has been against since the start. And so shutting that down, getting a handle on that. And then I think their big thing is goodbye speed limiters. We killed speed limiters. Took a while. FMCSA finally come out with an announcement on that. So I think those are kind of the big things. But it's been a good year for us on the regulatory side and working with FMCSA. Seems like them and Secretary Duffy have done a really good job of finally listening to some truckers and understanding that truckers probably have the best idea about highway safety and how to make it better than anybody out there. So good for them for that and for wanting to put professional, educated, well-trained, proper drivers behind the wheel and out here on the road. And we hope more of that comes in 2026.
We can't oversell that enough, though. And you talked about a few of the things there, Todd and Louis, about the things that were accomplished. And these are things that OOIDA has been fighting for a while now and has continued to fight for and will continue to fight for. To give you a chance to toot your own horn a little bit, these things, I don't think it's a far stretch to say these things may not have happened with the association advocating for them. So that's something that you've, certainly feel good about hanging your hat on, I would assume.
Yeah, by all means. I don't think any of this stuff would have happened without OOIDA, advocating for these changes and for our members. It's a team effort. We're a grassroots organization. So, some of these problems our members brought to our light and we took it. They reached out. It's all good, big system. And when everybody does what they're supposed to, it works very well. So, that's things we have to continue to remember. And we have to keep in mind going into this 2026 political season and this highway bill and everything, pick up the phone and call your lawmakers. It really does make a difference.
Todd, you want to toot the association's horn a little bit?
Well, I'd just say, look, when we started over 50 years ago, the goal was to put the concerns of truckers in the front of people that have the policymakers, the people that basically have a role in seeing how things go in the future. Now, we've done that, and, we're there where we need to be. Having said that, the only thing we really significantly miss is the support of enough truckers that are actually involved and engaged and willing to basically step up and reach out, make the communication, make the calls when it's needed to basically flex our muscle in D.C. Probably a common thread across America is most people are frustrated with the way our legislative system works, with their own lawmakers, and with how D.C. doesn't seem to work. And people feel like that simply because D.C.'s an insider's game. And lawmakers are going to respond to the insiders unless there's something overwhelming in another direction. And, what OOIDA has always endeavored to do is make sure truckers were part of the insiders, where our concerns couldn't just simply be overlooked and brushed off. And, that's happened too often in the past. And, hey, listen, let's get together. Let's work together. We're stronger together to change it.
And like Scott said, Andrew, we didn't think about you.
We didn't forget about you, Andrew.
Yeah, exactly.
Always in front of mind.
Looking back on 2025, what stood out?
Well, it was sort of, it would be kind of opposite of what Louie and Todd were just explaining. That with a lot of victories, it's kind of been the opposite. It was been quite a bit of a bust. There was a lot of hope going into 2025, as we've talked about in previous conversations, that there was a lot of tailwinds to suggest that the freight market was about ready to flip into an upcycle to recover. And that unfortunately never came to fruition. And we're still struggling even now. And I feel like I'm always the pessimist every time, in some ways.
You're the facts, man. You're just giving us the facts. Like Joe Friday.
That's right. They have no feelings. Facts have no feelings. But in some ways, we're starting off a little bit worse. And I know that might be somewhat of a shocker to some in the sense that there was a fairly good uptick in rates in December. But a lot of that has to do with its holiday season and winter weather issues that have also played a role. And according to some data that we've been able to look into more deeply, there is more of a equalization in the number of drivers and trucks out on the road compared to demand. So we're just waiting for that shock to the system that will change the demand factor, and that will lead to the next upcycle. So that's kind of what we're looking forward to next year. Things like manufacturing and housing activity recovery, in construction, and especially in key industries, wood and paper and fabricated metals and things of that nature, that those really generate a lot of freight. And so we kind of need to see those things change before we see the next upcycle take place.
Yeah, I want you to expand on that a little bit. I'm sure around this time of year you get asked a lot, what's 2026 going to look like? And, everyone hopes that you're going to know and that it is good.
Yeah,
but
right.
What does it look like?
My understanding, anyway, is that we probably won't see any sort of meaningful recovery until the second quarter of 2026, towards the end. And that's still a maybe. There's still a lot of uncertainty in the air. And really you also have natural seasonal effects. So January, February is usually the worst 2 months of the year. Things don't start picking up until March, April, when produce season kicks up. It comes online, and that pulls capacity from the dry van sector into the reefer sector, which kind of benefits both. And then, you really have somewhat of a major peak in the 4th of July. So, and that all is happening in the second quarter timeframe. So I wouldn't project anything really until then. And unfortunately, we get calls all the time from members that when are rates going to go up? When are they going to change? And I wish I could say they're going to change now, but they're not. And there's so many different variables in that. So it's just sometimes it's even hard to say what exactly is going to take place. But the macroeconomics of it are still just not there. And so it'll take a little bit more time. But to be positive, it will change one day.
What day is that, Andrew? Which day? Yeah. Is it a Tuesday or a Wednesday or?
It's hard to tell.
What year are we on now? This freight recession.
We're going past year 3 and going on year 4, which is pretty crazy. Historical. I'm not sure if there's ever been a freight recession that's lasted this long. So it's kind of, and then not only that, but you also have high costs, operating costs as well. So it's kind of like a double whammy. So I would imagine, you'll continue to see capacity being squeezed out, which of course is in one side, it can be helpful, but on the other side, those are people. We were losing jobs, losing their business. And that of course is a very sad thing. We hate to see that, but that seems to be what we're going to see here for the next 6 months or so.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with House. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Dispatch, I picked up that load of steel, so I'm ready to roll.
Sounds good. Remember, we're getting paid by weight, so make sure to use a cat scale.
I wouldn't weigh anywhere else.
Forget misaccuracy when you truck on a cat scale.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Now, I know you said earlier you don't do personal resolutions, but I do want to look ahead to 2026. What's the hope? What are you expecting? What are you hoping to see? Louis, I'll start with you.
Well, we hope we see the greatest trucker-friendly highway bill out there from the good folks at T&I, and we hope that it gets across the House floor, it gets voted on, and with the Senate companion, and we get this all, and we finally have some smart legislation coming out of Congress. That's I guess.
And what does that look like, Louis? What's in there?
Well, money for parking for, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, restroom access, no insurance minimum increases, maybe some training, some mandatory training, some mandatory hours behind the wheel, maybe get rid of stupid, crazy idea about letting under 21-year-olds just drive all over the world without any kind of oversight. We've made some suggestions on that, maybe 150-mile radius. The Drive Act gets passed, which would codify the rule over at FMCSA to allow, so there can't be more speed limiters. that will kill speed limiters for good, take a congressional act in if we can get the Drives Act. And then the Rouser bill, of course, on this non-domicile CDL. Love to see that get across the finish line as well. So those are some good things. Not part of the highway bill, but we'd sure like to see the God Trucker Act get passed. Sure like to see truckers get the rights to overtime and also the tax break on overtime, because that's what stinks for truckers out there who work for carriers who pay overtime. They still can't get the tax break because it's tied to the Fair Labor Standards Act. So I guess those are kind of our hopes and dreams and what we'd like to see. And I don't think these are impossible. I think if, as Todd said, and I've said, and Andrew said, if truckers get involved and pick up their phones and start calling their lawmakers now and putting some pressure on these folks, we can get this stuff across the finish line.
Yeah, momentum is on the side of most of the things that you talked about there. Todd, are you optimistic that some of the things that Louis mentioned there are going to get done this year?
Absolutely. And I'd add to that, optimistic that we're going to be able to work with the FMCSA, work with the agency to basically tighten up some of the requirements. Close some of the loopholes that allow unscrupulous operators, whether they be drivers or carriers or brokers, to basically jump in with token filings, basically take advantage of the ease with which you can get access to money through trucking or simulated trucking, and basically commit fraud on everyone. We also are optimistic that we're going to see some greater scrutiny on the improper actions that some brokers engage in. Certainly some more integrity in that process, some more in transparency. Again, just fairness. We understand that everybody has a role in trucking. If your role in trucking is basically taking advantage of others, well, then maybe you're not as essential as you might be.
Yeah, great points. Andrew, 2026. Forget the facts for a minute. Give us some of your thoughts here.
Well, I would love to see freight rates recover and see that upcycle take place, to have some stability in the market, to see those interest rate cuts that have transpired over the last few months. It takes a little bit for those to trickle through the economy and how that might impact trucking. But largely, I'd love to see our members and every trucker out there have the opportunity to be more successful, so that they can have that success. That would be my desire. And even on maybe more of the data side, there's some interesting things coming down the pike. But even, it would be nice to see FMCSA do a little bit more with their entry-level driver training and having more data on who's actually doing the training and the successes and failures of that sort of thing. That's something that they promised that they would do, and something that I hope could get done in the future. I think that would be significant in helping the industry grow and improve. So there are some data things as well, but the economic side of things, just hoping that manufacturing comes online.
Gentlemen, we've taken up a lot of your time here looking back at 2025 and ahead of 2026. Before we let you go, Andrew, real quick, the Mary Johnston Scholarship deadline coming up February 1st. What do people need to know about that?
Yes, thank you so much. So if you're a member of OOIDA, you have a child, grandchild, legal dependent, they are eligible for our Mary Johnston Scholarship, and we've been offering that since 1998. We've awarded over $500,000 during that time frame. It is such a blessing to be able to serve and give, to be able to help people, especially in this environment where everything is so expensive. College is crazy, and not just college, but technical schools. When the scholarship was first founded, it was especially for people who don't typically get scholarships. So I would strongly encourage you to go check it out. You can go to ooida.com and look at our scholarship page. You can fill it out online and turn it in. And as Scott, as you said, the deadline is February 1st, and then we select the winners toward the end of, or towards the spring of 2026. So hope that you'll apply, and look forward to seeing more people apply to that.
Absolutely. More to come on that. Todd, Louis, Andrew, Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And all good things in 2026 for all of you and all of our friends out there listening. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?